morning. I had to take a picture of something for you guys, so I'm a little late coming off of the screen. I don't even have YouTube chat visible. I can't see YouTube chat. Ow, 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 ow. The picture was tookified. That's true. The picture was tookified. I was very excited. Okay, everything is visible now. I can see you. No, I can't. What? Okay, now I can. That was weird. What the frick? Gave me a chat is disabled for this live stream. She can't see us. She hates us. I can see you now. Ow! Oh, I was pressing my leg against my desk. That hurt. Keck McKeckerson, thank you for the 26 months, my guy. Howdy, Foxwoman in chat. You're in need of caffeine. Same. I am down to my last 2 cans of gamer subs. Using code Kirsche for 10% off. You sent me an Oshi tribute video. Please do not send cum pictures to my moderators to vet. I don't know what you mean by that. Tony the Mighty, thank you for the bits. That could go a scary way. Not your last toucan, Sam. No, it's nothing sexual. Oh, okay. That's what tributes are, by the way. If chat doesn't move, the streamer can't see them. That's true, actually. Duper, thank you for the 20 freaking months, dude. Cat Waffle, thank you for the 41 months. Big Numby, thank you. Thank you, Cat Waffle. Motherfucking get back down here. Did I see the Fillian deleted all her stuff right as Niji auditions end? I had no idea Niji auditions end, but we almost had to execute a chatter yesterday. Because he was like, Fillian deleted her shit! And I went to her Twitch and I was like, everything's normal, what do you mean? But she had like wiped everything from her YouTube, and then I guess after my stream she also wiped her Twitch. Very weird. Chatter barely survived! Master of Mundus, thank you for those 10 gift members, thank you. Big, huge gift energy in the morning, thank you. DJ Emerald Eyes, thank you for the member. Thank you, thank you. He was executed for the truth. No, he didn't get executed. He was spared. Medieval Syphilis, how horrifying. Thank you. Please, Boston Fox, bless the Red Sox. You're at Fenway right now. Do they still have ice cream in baseball hat-shaped bowls? Her account's all getting wiped can at least be taken as proof of life. That's true. I'm imagining this is a wiping preparing for whatever her rebranding is gonna be, because I'm imagining she's gonna come back with like a complete new model and redesign, and it's gonna look different from what she did before. Argus, thank you for the 16 months of tier 2, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And no one would go to the games if they didn't. Oh, okay. Panzerbox, thank you for the 10 months of Peroon. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Sucks for the fans to lose all the videos and memories of them. I agree. I agree. I probably wouldn't wipe videos, but you know, I'm a special flavor of retard. Graves, thank you. Missed watching me. I hope I'm doing great. Well, welcome back. I am doing pretty freaking great. I hope I will have my picture to show you in ein moment. Ah, wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. A Bran Hydra, thank you. When you munya and she still keeps yapping. I have to. If I don't yap, I die. It's like that video game I've never played. You're our favorite flavor. Oh my god. I need more blue raspberry things. It's not a picture of cannons, is it? Well, I was gonna make a joke about how that's against TOS, but actually you can just have your cannons out on all of the platforms. That's kind of weird. I can literally have my cannons out and have a BDSM bondage gimp dog in my background, but I can't say the N-word. Yeah, it's kind of weird when you think about it. Am I gonna cover more sexy Indian executives being harassed by white women today? I don't think we have any updates to that story. I don't think there's any updates yet. Battleizer, thank you. We came, we saw, we munya. True. True and real. We used to be a real country. We did. It's so sad, actually. Vice Admiral Deku of Mars, thank you for the 4 months. It seems Whataburger is the new PvP map. Barbarian trash can using manager doing God's work. Did something happen at a Whataburger? I don't know if they could usurp Waffle House as the Brawlhalla of real life, though. Looks like next week you're buying a lawnmower, pre-ordering a Kirsche plush. Too bad you can't use code Kirsche for 10% off. You know, code Kirsche can't be used everywhere, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought it was here. I guess I'm retarded. Hold on. Have your Kirsche plush ride shotgun on your new mower. True. Put it in the passenger seat to use the... What's that lane called that exists in, like, Virginia and DC? That, like, you can't use unless you have a passenger in your vehicle? Yeah, the HOV lane. Thank you. Yeah, put it in the passenger seat to use the HOV lane. You tried using code Kirsche to get your meds, and the pharmacist said, "Munya?" I don't know. It sounds like you really needed those meds, though. They're anime racist. You can only get away with it since Twitch staff is busy cranking it, meaning they're unfortunate normies that don't get their jollies from anime. Imagine. It appears Morgpie is doubling down. She now has 2 gimps with her on stream. Geez, Sally, your boyfriend lets you have 2 gimps? Soon enough, she's just gonna have a whole room full of gimps frolicking. Who is Morgpie and why does she have gimps? She's a thought streamer. And of course she has gimps. She's a thought streamer. Like, how much like a shark has to keep swimming? She keeps yapping to survive. True. That's not a new frolic animation for side scrollers. Oh god. Where's my DMs with Craig? Craig. I heard Morgpie now has caps 2 gimps. When I'm on next, can we have a field of weird gimp suit men frolicking in the flower fields? He's gonna read that message and be like, what the fuck? Destrawler, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And, Foxpocalypse, thank you for the 21 months. Does the Kirsche count as an emotional support animal? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do not let them take your Kirsche. Crunk Beef Thrust, thank you for the 7 months of Prune, baby. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The most normal men DM Craig has ever received from the Foxu. Anthony, thank you. The chatters almost got booped, and then there's you that broke Kirsche's mind with the Fluffinata incident. You miss Fluff, and you haven't had the real stuff in years. I don't know. I just always thought that Fluff was short for Fluffinata, and I guess I, like, fucking Nelson Mandela'd myself into believing the jar said it on the front. I'm kind of crazy. Stuff like that's why Kirsche episodes of Side Scrollers are the best episodes. Hell yeah, buddy. All the fucking freaks bitching about VTubers, they just don't get it, man. They just don't get it. So, the picture that I took for you. In a moment. Ha! No, that's not what I want to show. Don't show my Discord, please. Look! Look, I have a sprout! It's the only one that has sprouted above the soil, but I'm so excited! Look at it! You're still watching that episode, and Phoenix being upset every time a Xenosaga Dono comes in is very funny! Xenosaga sweep! To be honest... Oh god, to be honest, the way Flash went off on the watch-along, you don't think Craig can be surprised by Kirsche now? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means! Hell yeah, green thumb. I have so many pots of different types of dahlias that I had to, like, write the type of dahlia on, like, a piece of tape so I would know which one is which. And I don't know why this one has sprouted first. And look, it's pretty fucking big. Look how big that sprout is. But there's no sprouts in any of the other pots yet. And that makes me worried. That makes me worried that this one is so big and the other ones don't have a sprout yet. The most stereotypical woman handwriting ever? I don't think it is. I have, like, chicken scratch handwriting, man. My handwriting is not, like, cute and womanly. It's, like, doctor-esque. Some would say it's too big. Size queening sprouts. Oh my god. So many pots and so much pot. Plants are indeed like children. They just grow how they want to. I fucking guess. I guess. The handwriting is readable, which is important. Well, yeah, it's only readable because it's in all caps. You can only write in cursive. If yours is chicken scratch, mine is scribble. I mean, mine is definitely chicken scratch. I try to write in all caps and slowly so that it is legible. If I was writing normally, it would not be legible. No, Melania. Should you take out a loan to gamble? Absolutely not. Don't do that. My handwriting looks like your dad's. He also writes in all caps. I'm your dad now. Look at me. Kira's first baby is the sprout. I'm so excited. I can't wait to show you what it looks like when it blooms. It's so cute. I've already forgotten when I need to plant them outside. I'm sure it's in the timestamps when I talked about it, because I went over, like, when I'm supposed to plant them and how I'm just gonna plant them in the fucking bucket so they're easier to take out of the ground, because you can't leave them in the ground over winter. They have to come inside. Probably should have written that down. Look, shut up. Lambie chop, thank you. Give the top of the dirt a brush to free the sprouts. Wait, really? I have to brush the soil? Is that real? Is that a real thing? Mother's Day after the last frost. You guys remembered! Thank you! What kind of plant is it? They are dahlias. They are dahlias. So they're like the big fluffy flowers that have petals that look like holes. So it'd probably scare people who have that fear of holes disease. Your favorite wine mom VTuber is someone's father. Lambie chop, thank you again. I really hope that's a thing. You comb it, how do you comb the dirt? Also, wouldn't it make more sense to brush it? Because if you comb it, couldn't you accidentally break the sprout out? Yeah, tripophobia. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good, thank you, Gamer Subs. You call those flowers doggos? Wait, why do you call them doggos? Nice hiss. Yeah, that was a nice one. Do the cats know not to eat the random plants? The cats are not allowed in the area with the plants because they will eat them. I have to sing to the plant to make it grow faster? What the heck? She's getting drunk on stream! No, I don't drink much alcohol. I'm not an alcohol consumer, really. I like the Gumbies. Comments, you can say, we ain't found shit! No! If it's above 40 Fahrenheit at night, they can go outside. But why would I do that? Like, there's no reason to bring them outside until after the chance of frost is over. Acor, thank you. Is the Foxu growing weed? If so, can we use code Kirsche for 10% off on our next purchase of her new Foxu weed? It's not weed, it's a dahlia! Sorry, wrong flower. Seduce your fox wife with James Boggers. Oh my god. We like to raw dog life sober. You know? That's pretty much been the majority of my life. Ow. Greenhouse dono bar when. I have a list of things I would like for my house. Unfortunately, before I can do the things I would like, I have to take care of things that need to be repaired. Like my air conditioning. I got the estimates back from the second company. I don't know what I'm doing. They sent me like 7 PDFs. And there was one that was like, okay, this is the big expensive one. You're gonna pay $28,000. This is the economy version. You're gonna pay $26,000. This is a different version that's like pretty good, but not as good. And you're gonna pay $21,000. And here's like the bottom of the barrel budget option, which like probably don't buy this one. And it's gonna cost you $18,000. And then we're gonna clean your vents, and that's gonna be $1,800. And then we're also gonna give you the option to put this stuff inside of your vents that gets rid of more microbes via UV light, and that's gonna be another 1,300. And I was like, what's the difference between all of these options that aren't the cleaning and the UV light? They don't say what the differences are! Ulgrim the Crusader, thank you for the 777. I need the lucky slot machines, man. Finally tried the other flavors except Branderist. You got the cane sugar ones. Premium Energy GG, and good is indeed the best. The others taste like carbonated Capri Sun. I think all of them taste really good, but good is definitely the best. And I am really hoping they start putting more flavors in cans, because I wanna be the can queen. I need more cans of Gamer Sups. And also, if there's anyone in my audience who works at Market Basket, please, I need to speak with you. It is nigh impossible to get in touch with a Market Basket individual. And I would feel very weird going into a Market Basket and just being like, can I speak to your manager? Like, maybe they're not even at work that day. I don't know. If your house is very old and was built before the existence of air conditioners, you can probably get away without it as long as you have screens on your doors and windows. Yeah, no, I would die without air conditioning. I don't know if you remember, but I mentioned that I keep my home at like 65 degrees at a bare minimum. So, not going to achieve that in the summer. 20K is the new AC unit made of gold? No, it's just made of normal AC parts. Just get yourself a mobile air conditioner unit off Amazon. They work pretty well and are super cheap compared to fixing the AC. Yeah, no, I'm gonna fix the AC. I don't wanna have like illegal AC drippage in my house or yard. Can I speak to your manager? I'm not a grandma. Open the door and let the outside smell. Yeah, exactly. I don't want my house to smell like the outside smell. You keep your room at 80. I would literally suffocate in your house, unironically. That's like an asthmatic hazard at 80 degrees. Just get yourself, I already read that. Weird. Hire a guy to fan you by hand. Okay, maybe I could do that. Sounds like I should get more estimates. It sounds like they're trying to scam you. No, because the first quote that I got was about $20,000. So it's looking like that's just what shit costs around here. You have no AC in the Midwest summer? Can't beat someone from Florida? That's true. If you're from Florida, you're like molded by the heat. Call Train AC Systems and get a quote for one of their preferred dealers. Well, one of the quotes that I listed off, I don't remember which one, but it was for a Train system. Must be nice having AC. Cries in British. What's preventing British people from buying one of the, like, indoor floor unit ACs? Why don't they do that? We're not starting the imaginary outside smell thing. It's not imaginary! The outside smell is real! Keep your house at 65? Doesn't that make your energy bill crazy high? Had to convert it, that's like 18 Celsius for the confused Euro bros. No. My electric bill back in Georgia was like... Let's see, because my heating and cooling was both electric at the apartment. And so I'm pretty sure in the winter time, it was like $80 a month. And then in the summer, it was like 110 maybe. I was like, it was cheap as fuck. Not so much out here. Their electrical costs are a lot high. Yeah, electrical costs in New England, really fucking bad. I just want to point that out. My first electric bill out here, I was greeted with $700. So, and that's with the broken air conditioning. What the fuck, woman? Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. Going from like $100 when I use a ton of electricity to about 700 is like, what the actual fuck? Any politician that talks about like solar or any kind of wind energy, I just want to go to them and shake them until they stop being stupid. Holy shit. And then again, 70 will melt, Kakistani. I don't know what that means. You might want to adjust from 65 inside to maybe 70. For the deaf and potentially don't listen to women's voices. This is the electric bill without the air conditioning, as it has been broken. Are you boiling the floor in your basement? No. Blue Super Giant, thank you. You pay $500 to $600 and you're in the top 3% for most efficient usage. I hate it here. Like, I remember reading the articles about, like, the commie bullshit they were tacking onto people's energy bills in Massachusetts, and I was like, I am horrified right now. I am horrified about what my bills are gonna be like. Am I sure the power company didn't stick you with the previous owner's bill? I am very positive about that, yes. Though I do feel like there's something wrong with my electric meter, and I had them come out and look at it, and they were like, nope, it's working fine, but I can track my usage, and when I'm not home, the usage doesn't change, which doesn't make sense, because it's like, if nothing is on, how is it using the same amount of electricity? Do I just not understand how things work? You may have something draining your electric. That is what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. If your light bill is that high, it's not a light bill, it's an electric bill. Mr. King, thank you. Most ACs are from Mexico and are getting cucked by new garbage refrigerant rules because of the environment. Most of them are now explosive. Is that what the thing is? Because, like, when I had the guy look at my units, he was like, oh yeah, you can't get these repaired because they're using illegal refrigerant. That's what it was. I couldn't remember the word. Like, the refrigerant in the units that I have is now illegal, so you can't fix it or repair it, and you can't get any more of the refrigerant. Can't use Freon anymore. I was just like, why? Why? Am I allowed to use solar panels up there? I mean, you can, but they're also expensive, and there's no longer a tax credit for buying solar panels because that ended last year. Because big hole in ozone. I don't care about the ozone. I don't want to explode. Solar in New England is a waste because they don't get sun. Fair. They banned Freon because the hole in the ozone layer. You can thank bullshit government overregulation for that. They changed what refrigerants were allowed to be used, so anybody who had the old refrigerants is screwed if they need their shit work done. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Is there maybe a tornado shelter or secret bunker I don't know about? No, not that I'm aware of. Your old light bill is electric bill in your world? Oh, you think my fridge is bad and is eating electricity like crazy? You had a couple that did this over the years. Maybe? I'm not sure. I don't know how I would tell. There's a hole in the ozone. Why is it only at the poles? Are my neighbors stealing my electricity? I feel like I live in an area where if someone stole anything, they would be bullied until they're forced to sell their house and leave. Any excuse to replace the non-magnetic fridge. But all of that costs money, chat! Air conditioning is charged with propane. It's the green option. I've never heard of propane-fueled AC. And turn off my main breaker when I leave and see if it stops the electric meter. That will tell me if someone is... Chat, I do not live where someone would steal my electricity. The hole in the ozone layer may only make everything hotter, which makes my AC work harder and drive up the energy bill more and continue to make things even hotter. The heat has to go somewhere. What? And Kirsche has hidden yet well-lit catacombs under my house. I purposefully bought a piece of the underground railroad so that I may build the first underground train. We will live in the Full Metal Alchemist Society. Have I checked every square foot 10 feet underground for mole people? Bahamut, thank you. Sorry, Foxy. The electricity usage was you doing fusion reactor research in your basement. Yeah, no, the cost of, like, just utilities in general out here is fucking insane. I got... I finally exchanged the propane tank with the old owner's propane tank. Because for some reason, their tank is, like, my responsibility to, like, get removed, but the company sets up the removal with me, but then only contacts the old owner for updates on when they'll be here. And I was like, that seems really stupid. That seems really dumb, actually. But I finally got that taken care of. And to fill the propane tank, it was like $2,800. I was like, what? How does anyone afford to live here? How is this real? New England has like California electric rates, by the way, over 15 cents per kilowatt hour. Yeah, it's fucking absurd. It's absurd. And it should last you 1 year. I got some bad news for you about how many times I'm gonna need to fill this. All right, so like the old owners, they gave me like, they must be autistic. They gave me like this giant packet and they're like, here's how everything in the house works. Here's who we called when we needed something serviced. Here's literally everything you need. And I was like, oh, okay. That's very nice. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. And in there was like, obviously their propane company. And they were like, we got fills about 4 times a year, but we would pre-buy our fills when the prices were lower in the summer. So when they went up in winter, we would just have our fills already paid for. And I was like, that's actually really fucking smart. That's really smart. So I'm probably gonna try to pre-buy like they did, but 4 times a year, that's nuts. I'm assuming I will use less than 4 times because I'm assuming they're normal individuals who like to have their house at like a normal human temperature, you know, like around 70 to 75. Okay. And I don't do that, so I'll be using less propane, and so hopefully not 4 fills. Leo the Unwell, thank you. What refrigerant is my system using? If it's using R22, tell them to take it out and replace it with R422B. It is a direct replacement for R22. They're using my ignorance to sell me a system. I don't know what that means. Can my mods post that for me so I can ask later? Kier, that's over 10K a year. Yeah, I know! Yeah, I know! It's fucking retarded! 1,000,000% to pre-buy? Oh my god. There's no restrictions on price gouging, so it can get pretty expensive. That's crazy too. Oh my god. Glenn, thank you. Is your refrigerator running? I don't understand. I hope it's not. One chemical is cheaper than the other. You might be getting scammed. I don't think I'm getting scammed because I can't buy the refrigerant that my system uses anymore. That's the scam. Average cost is like 25p per kilowatt hour. What's a p? Like 34 cents and free. Oh, a pence. 34 cents in freedom money. That's also insane. Need to hear Kirsche yell, this is a kangaroo court. Oh my god. Ham the Third, thank you. Kirsche, just wondering if there's a model update. Can I get cherry earrings for this model? One day, one of the models that is supposed to have been finished will finally be finished. Let me go to my Twitter DMs. When was the last time I messaged the fucking rigger? Where is it? 5 weeks ago? Hey Dijon, it's been a little over a month again. Just wanting an update about how far along you are and when I might get the model. We've been promised a new model 3,000 years ago. You have no idea of my frustrations. Do I have alerts off? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. They're on my end. Got nothing muted. Will Kirsche get a new model at the same time she finishes French game? Never! Electricity is 20.3 cents a kilowatt hour on peak, but only 20.3 cents kilowatt overnight. That's the same price. That's the same price. You wish I was less professional and could just ask, what's going on, big guy? I mean... They're trying to get me for 8K more than the US average. Have your dad get the estimate. I don't know if you know this, unidentified person, but 8K more than the US average is pretty low for New England. Like, I don't know if you know this, but everything in New England is like exorbitantly higher than the US average. New England is like... There's a joke I really wish I could tell, but I would get so canceled it would not even be funny. But I'm sure by saying this, those who know, you know. The house is probably larger than average too. I'm dying. You're going to keep an eye out for any twitlongers where Kirsche shows off her cannons and makes the model artist cry. Be cheaper to move your family out of New England? You know, it might be, but like, that's a lot of family members, so it'd probably add up, you know? How is there any pores left in New England? That's why there's so many, like, commie fucks in New England. Because nothing here is affordable. Been waiting for a new model longer than you have a Kier sub, and your Kier sub is at least 4 years long. Yeah, the first model was supposed to be finished in 2020. It is now Year of Our Lord 2026. Once the artists themselves stopped being the reason for delays, the rigger was the reason for delays, and then they disappeared. And then they made a message saying that they're still alive, and then they disappeared again. No one's talking about the fact the motherfucker looks like Count Chocula. I mean, I talked about that yesterday. What do you mean? Eric Whammel, thank you. Jesus, woman, are you running a Bitcoin mining operation? How do you have a 700 without AC running? That's a great fucking question. Next question. What the hell? That's really weird. Okay, chat. Yeah, I don't know why my alerts aren't working either. They're not muted on my end. They're not muted in Stream Elements. I guess alerts are just kind of fucked. Did I fart? No. I started smelling like my grandfather's, I don't know if it's aftershave or deodorant, but it was like the scent of my grandfather after he was done, like, you know, doing his face in the bathroom. And I was like, why the fuck would it smell like my grandfather right now? What is happening? There's like me and a cat and a Kirsche in my peripheral view, none of which should smell like my grandfather. I had a non-conventional breakfast this morning. I ran out of eggs and I was very hungry. So I had a box of hamburger helper and I put like a third of the box in a bowl and came up to my PC. And apparently when you leave hamburger helper in a bowl, because I never finish my food, apparently when you leave it in a bowl, it will just start smelling like the old man aftershave, question mark. At least she ate something. Did you eat it? I ate about half of it. I'm not very good at eating for some reason. Leo the Unwell, thank you! Thank you, Leo. They can still buy R22. New production of R22 was banned in January 2020. However, reclaimed and recycled R22 is legal to be sold. The issue with the AHC could have been solved within the week. Mods, give me that one too. Give me that one too. Because if I can like somehow get some like weird liquid replacement instead of having to spend 20,000 on a new unit, I would absolutely fucking do that. Technically berries, thank you for the 8 months of Proom, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Now that I'm a landowner, will I be getting chimkins? I feel like I would love to have a chimkin, but I also feel like if I got anything outside that made that much noise, my neighbors would hate me. You need a himbo to feed you like a baby, but please do not baby bird me. Kier needs a manager and her himbo to feed her regularly to make sure she actually eats true and real. I need someone to make sure I eat healthily and not just eat cheese sticks and Doritos and hamburger helper. Ducks are better than chickens. They won't rip up flowers as much. Well, I mean, chickens shouldn't rip up flowers either because they're like in chicken wire areas, right? You never know we have chickens in the middle of the town that you live in. How did you get quiet chickens? What the heck? Pretty sure I'm already talking with him, but talk to Mossy Borger about getting my model rigging. He'll get it done, and the boopy jiggles are the best in the industry. Yeah, he's got some great cannon jiggle physics. Has anyone checked on the milkshake bunker himbo? Haven't heard anything about him since last year. Well, I mean, I just talk about the bunker bros as like a collective, you know, they're like, I don't want to call him a polycule because they're not all gay, but like, he's still alive and he helped me move. Fuck your neighbors, buy 24 guinea fowl! Not like this. Golden Fang, thank you. Holy moly, your last bill was 128. Other states be crazy, yo. Yeah. The bunker polycule. Furious Dan, thank you. You are the carbon we wish to reduce. $400, please. It's kind of insane, you know? Making sure you didn't have him chained up in your closet. No, I don't chain up men. That's weird. You're fucking meaning it's have guinea fowl fuck their birds? This guy got so mad about guinea fowl, his English broke. Bad latency, thank you. Jesus Christ, New England needs some power plant. New England needs some fucking nuclear power. This is crazy. Mr. King, thank you. Most ACs. I read that. Thank you. If you get chickens, the amount of eggs they produce will clearly be too much for you alone. Just bribe your neighbors with fresh eggs and they won't care about the noise. Interesting. Just drugs men to rub her feet on them and force them to build her a deck. True. We're at least going to get a nuclear fleet set up soon, hopefully. Hopefully, man. New Hampshire gets 60% of its total power from nuclear. It's not enough. It's not enough, man. Adam Wofford, thank you. They're not gay yet, but soon. Kirsche's superpowers. New Hampshire's got some in Seabrook, at least. Yeah, only Seabrook for now, unfortunately. Gamer Kev, thank you. Fox, need yourself a proper diet, goddammit. It's hard to have a proper diet with busy and stress all the time. You met your fucking neighbors. You need a guy. Your buddy from the army is single and a great guy. Hell yeah, buddy. Is that a plant? That is a plant! I mentioned like weeks ago that I planted a whole bunch of dahlias in pots, and this is the first one to sproutle. Look at how cute it is! It's my little baby! Turn Yankee power back on. Keck McKeckerson. I almost called you Kefferson because you were talking about caffeine. Caffeine has been acquired. You got Dunkin'. My typical drink at Dunkin' is... I like getting the vanilla iced coffee with caramel. It's delicious. I love caramel and vanilla mixing together into one orgy of flavor in your mouth. It's great. Must name the sprout for good luck. Honor the superstitions, woman. Is that true? Do people name their plants? This one's already got a name. It's called Crichton Honey. You're about a month away from your garden putting out? Oh, hell yeah. Why you gotta say it like that? What do you mean? Chickens also bring mice and rats? I don't like that. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Your grandpa came to visit. Not to my knowledge. Lambie Chop, thank you. Good lord, woman. Just pack everyone up and move to one of the Mississippi plantations would save money. You know? Rat Grot, thank you. Did you check your attic for a surprise squatter? You know, maybe I should. Battleizer, thank you. The gas price might not decrease as much as you might think. It'll depend on what takes gas in your house, but as an example, your stove uses a lot of gas. Add in clothes dryer, water heater, and you use a lot there. Yeah, I imagine that'd be the most of my usage. Not so much for the heat. I am not a heat foxu. They had a banana flavoring until recently. Ew. Ew. Why would I want fucking fruit flavor in my coffee? That's disgusting. Kirsche becoming Vexoria's clone when? I don't understand this joke, question mark. Caramel's great. It's a shame it's got all the salt in it these days. Who the hell popularized salted caramel? You want to punch that guy? But I like salted caramel. You gave a bunch of New Hampshire House reps and your senator a proposal from SMR, a small modular reactor company that was basically putting a reactor that's the size of a tractor trailer in most towns. About 15 meters per unit. That sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. Bold of people to assume she does laundry regularly. I do! I like the smell of fresh laundry! Banoffee is strangely good. I don't know what a banoffee is. Oh, banana coffee. No, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. Gingerbread biscuit syrup for coffee is peak. You see, I love gingerbread flavoring, but some places have really bad gingerbread flavoring. Ulgrim the Crusader, thank you. Never forgive the greeny boomers who cucked us out of widespread magic rocks boiling water. Why do the boomers hate us? Star Phoenix, thank you. We're gonna get GTA 6 before Kirsche's new model? Probably. John in English, thank you. For you, 85% refill in a 500-gallon tank is roughly 700 to 875 depending. You get 2 a year. How much is it per gallon over there? I don't know what it is per gallon, but I also have a 500-gallon tank. Claudex, thank you. Did I say I hate the nostalgic electronics before? I don't know what that means, so I don't think so. We're about to see an explosion in SMR tech. Every AI company is investing in them like bonkers. I don't know what SMR tech is. You got the coffee-flavored dude wipes, but they don't smell like coffee. They smell like Stroop wipes. They have coffee-flavored dude wipes? Since fucking when? I've just been enjoying the bomb pop flavor, man. Alright, you New England people cannot into buried gas lines. I don't know what that means. World War 12. Before new Kirsche model, take your bets. What's worse, coffee that tastes like fruit or coffee that tastes like meat? Why would your coffee taste like meat? At least if it tastes like fruit, I assume you made that as a conscious decision, but like, what would make your coffee taste like meat? Just get a Mr. Fusion from the Back to the Future movie? I actually have seen that movie, but it was so long ago that I remember nothing about it. Someone dipped their meat in the mug? I don't like that. I don't like that. Anthony, thank you. Holy woman! Your electric bill is almost as much as your mortgage. Let's not talk about the mortgage. Androtaz, thank you. Buy a Cheems cat tower for your Cheems cat tower. Also let Ziggy and Gravy in there. I like it. I like it when I come upon them and they're all sleeping together. I'm like, aw, you used to hate each other. Except for Cheeseball and Gravy, obviously. They were bonded. But, like, they didn't get along with Ziggy super well. And they would fight a lot. But now they frolic and they love each other. Chemical smells are called ketones. Banamba smell is the simplest ketone. You also produce ketones when you don't have insulin, type 1 diabetic, and a high blood sugar as your body burns your fat stores to live. Interesting. Your coffee better taste like coffee. True. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You do pre-buys in the summer as well. You would wait to see if propane prices go down by July 4th. You can get sweet deals if you wait. So July is like the best time to look at pre-buying, you're saying? You would hate to know what mortgage would be like that over there. Your sister just bought the house she's been renting for the last decade for $140,000. Much cheaper out in the Midwest. It's boring, but it's peaceful. Bro, $140,000 for a house? That's like a dream, man. That's crazy. Patchouli, thank you. The face when you've been coasting at $80 a month in New Hampshire. You can't give tips. You have no idea how you're getting away with this. Liberty is screwing you for gas, though. I need your tips, because, like, what the fuck? How in the hell is it so small? How did you do that? What kind of, like, ancient demon magic have you given your soul to? Have wood heat at the cottage. Probably got such a low price for the house for renting for so long. I mean, maybe. Rambam, thank you. Crichton is pronounced Crichton. Now, if they wanted me to pronounce it Crichton, why did they put a ch in the middle of it? What purpose does the CH serve? I don't understand. Bahamut, thank you. Everyone talking about chickens or ducks. Get geese and never have to worry about surprise neighbor visits ever again. No, don't get geese. My aunt had a bunch of chickens and some ducks and one goose. The goose is a nightmare. Greek in the letter X, which is spelt C-H-I, but pronounced Chi. Okay, but this doesn't have a C-H-I in it. It's I-C-H. You can't say that. You abuse the R's. The R's deserve the abuse! Massive Doge, thank you. Hey, boss, did I ask Sawa about gardening tips? No, I didn't know she was a master gardener. Wastelander, thank you. Checking in. Are you Pregante yet? Leaflets orders. Not yet, no. I need to find a man for that first. You got your 2K square foot house for $135K back in 2011. It's on the south side of Savannah, so near the Savannah River on the other side of town. Not near the old town where all the crime is, and it's like tripled in value. Do you live in the area that still smells like sewage, or are you away from that? Sawa's a huge gardening nerd. Ooh! I will have to ask her. I'll be like, look, I got one sprout, but the other ones haven't sprouted yet. What do I do? You have to go outside and find a man first. I don't like outside. Your granddad raised peacocks. They were fine, except for the screaming at 5 a.m. There was I can't remember his name anymore, but there was a guy in Terra who would come around my stream pretty often when I was a Terra streamer, and he worked at a hotel. I think it was in the Dominican Republic. It was in one of those like island places around there, and he worked at a hotel there, and the hotel grounds just had like wild peacocks roaming around. And so he would send me pictures of just like a peacock hanging out on a hotel balcony, and I was so fucking jealous of him. I was like, holy shit, this is I want just wild peacocks roaming. Guys, just because Sal is Puerto Rican doesn't mean she knows how to do landscaping. Well, you know, now that I live in New England, I need to hire illegals for my landscaping. That's how that works, right? Kirsche is waiting for robot technology so she can mail order a robot himbo husband. There are peacocks in the park behind your house. I'm jealous! I want peacock! They're so cute! Acorth, thank you. Get ducks. They're less maintenance. They eat bugs and other pests and are native to the area, so they'll do better outside. Plus, they don't smell bad since they constantly clean themselves. I don't know about all that. Adam Wofford, thank you. I read that already. Hell yeah. Yeah, but the Dominican Republic food is fucking vile. The only thing I remember about Dominican Republic food is I have a friend from there who moved to the US and he hates milk in the US because it doesn't taste like the milk in the Dominican Republic. And so instead of using like the milk that all of us buy at the grocery store, he uses condensed milk as his regular milk because the condensed milk here tastes like the regular milk in the Dominican Republic. I don't know if this is true. I can only go off of what this one man has said. And this is the guy where the infamous microwave cereal story comes from, because he'll put the condensed milk in his cereal, microwave it to warm it, drink the warm cereal flavored infused condensed milk, and put the cereal back in the microwave to make it less soggy, I guess? I don't know. And then I'll eat the cereal. Is he autistic? No, just black. Welcome to New England. Here's your complimentary ass swiping illegal, courtesy of Becca Balint. What the heck? That's way too much sugar. That man is a deviant. You've had DR milk. It's not good. Armenian or Russian milk is pretty good. I have not had any milk that doesn't come from the US. That man's a genius, but also a psychopath. Does he have diabetes? I don't think so. Ham the Third, thank you. Just saw the title of the stream. What kind? Brie, provolone, cheddar, Havarti, Swiss? I really like cheddar, sharp white cheddar. I like cheddar so much that I try other cheeses in the hopes that they'll taste somewhat similar to cheddar, and they never do, and it's always a disappointment. I don't know why I'm like this. Sounds like chicken washer behavior. So much steps for a simple cereal breakfast. The man likes what the man likes, chat. Raw milk from the local crema tastes amazing. It's a little grassy, but much sweeter and creamier. I don't think I could handle the grass flavor. You're away from the sewage smell? Okay. Oh, I was I was like, why is he telling me that? That's so random. And then I was like, oh, that's the guy I asked about Savannah. It's near the airbase. You get to see all the Apache helicopters flying overhead. Serious though, you're trying to hook your dude up. He's good looking. He does game design for card games. He can cook. He's also very funny. Trying to find the guy a quality wife. You are the greatest friend a man could ask for. You're fucking doing work there, man. Try Mimolette. It's the French version of cheddar. Cheddar is now officially a place in Korshovo. Yes! Yes! Steamed condensed milk makes a yummy icing like goo. I don't want my icing to have goo texture. That's not... I don't like that. Awa. 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 I'm just seeing if there's any updates on the stream element situation. Not that I can see. All right, where do I want to go from this plant? I was so proud. I was so proud and happy of my little sprout chat. Little sprouta. Bahamut, thank you. Fun fact, condensed milk was originally invented as a way of preserving milk. You're supposed to add water and drink it like regular milk. I always thought condensed milk was for baking, and that's why it was so thick and goopy. I've learned today. The UK police arrested a VTuber for her art and seized all her Oshi merch, and today 30 UK officers arrested a mannequin because it was hurting feelings of Muslims in the neighborhood. How do you... What? UK police arrest mannequin. What? I think you're wrong, because this happened last year. London police arrested a mannequin in November 2025 during a pro-Palestine demonstration outside the Ministry of Justice. The mannequin, holding a placard supporting the banned group Palestine Action, was detained by officers and placed in a police van alongside human protesters. Yeah, no, that's like infinitely rare London police W, actually. Infinitely almost impossible to find UK police win. Don't you see the mannequin hurt their feelings? Did he get his info from Wall Street Apes? He must have, because damn, what the hell? Battleizer, thank you. 1 hour in. We're done with the plant. Now for the most cursed stuff you've ever seen. Oh my god. That VTuber is doing huge bait from what you've learned. I have only seen a couple of things about that, and so I'm waiting for more information before I say anything, because it's very suspicious. Like, I can believe that the UK is very dystopian, obviously, but there's some things that just don't add up to me with that story, so I've just been holding off until we get as much information as we possibly can, because it's like, I've heard some things, and I don't like what I've been hearing, but I would like to see more information. It's very sketchy. Yeah. You want to get 2 Kirsches, one for you and one for your kitties, you know? There's a disturbing trend on X where old news content is being recycled as current ongoing. I've been running into that issue so fucking often. And I'm pretty sure I've talked about it on several occasions where it's infuriating. Where, like, someone will post a news story as if it's, like, a new thing that just happened, like, a few days ago at most. And then I look it up and it's like, oh, this is from 2021. And I'm like, why the fuck are you posting about it like it's new? That's who needs to be demonetized, actually, on the platform. If she was arrested for those charges, she would 100% have no internet access whatsoever. I have no idea. I don't live in the UK, so I don't know exactly what their laws are like. I can only get what I read from news, obviously. You feel like 1 in 10 tweets she has us check turns out to be many years old for clickbait. It's so weird. It's manufacturing outrage and engagement. Like, I can understand taking an older story and be like, look, this thing that happened 5 years ago is literally still happening now. Nothing has changed. No one has done anything about it. I can understand relating it like that, right? But they don't do that. They just posted it as it's a new breaking story. It's obnoxious, and I hate it. Speaking of obnoxious, let's start off strong, shall we? A Syrian migrant found guilty of raping a 13-year-old Norwegian girl in a bike shed in Tromsø will serve just 6 months in prison after the sentencing court ruled that the attacker had a low IQ and a reduced understanding of reality. So unlucky, the Norwegians are experiencing exactly what we experience. Apparently very hot take. If you are too low IQ to understand reality and that raping a 13-year-old Norwegian girl is bad, you should be taken to that same bike shed and shot. That should be your punishment. You should not live, you should not go to an insane asylum, you should not be a ward of the state until you die, you should not be let free by activist shit judges. You should just be killed. You are not worth anything to society. No one will miss you. Your life is abject failure. Get out. Abdelmonem Abdelrazik Al-Youssef, what the fuck is that name? Was found to have raped the girl in September 2024, less than a year after arriving in Norway from Syria. He met her in Tromsø city center before assaulting her on a park bench and leading her to a secluded bike shed near the harbor terminal where he raped her. He initially denied meeting the girl, but after semen was found at the scene and traced to him, he admitted to meeting the victim but not to engaging in sexual activity. Psychiatric assessments showed he had a very low IQ, and the court ruled that the defendant is most likely no further along in development than the victim. So are you saying that if a 13-year-old raped another 13-year-old, it would be fine? Like, what else am I supposed to take from this fucking sentence? They don't even say the age of the guy. Not that I care about the age of the guy. He should be taken out regardless. But what the fuck? What the fuck? A change to Norwegian law last year removed the minimum prison sentence of 3 years for rape, allowing the court to impose a partial suspended sentence conditional on probation, meaning he will only serve 6 months inside. Why did Norway do this? Can I don't know if I have any Norway bros in the chat, but why in the fuck is your country being run like California? What is happening? Yeah, why would they do that? Germany moment. What the fuck? Any hack-ons around? Should Norway add an IQ test when importing adults? I know, maybe every country should. Kill the rapist and kill whoever approved the shitty-ass law. What the fuck? You know? There's a lot of charges of treason that need to go around in a lot of our Western countries. And this is Remix News. I've never heard of Remix News. They got like 61.6K. I guess they're like a news and commentary from Europe. I looked up this story because I was like, why is something that happened in 2024 being posted about now? Apparently this is like, they just gave him his sentence now. And when I looked up this story, the only things that came up in the Google search was this post, the official Remix News website, a handful of Facebook posts, and then this Fox News article from last year. And it isn't even the same girl. It isn't even the same rape. So like European news is like just declining to cover this kind of shit, I guess. Like what the fuck? Norway is the country restorative justice people look to. Look at how they handled Breivik, which is kind of confounding, is it not? Like, if you shoot up a bunch of children in a sane society, you would just be executed. And yet, all of the restorative justice people are like, we need to do exactly what Norway's doing, but not to some specific people. And it's like, well, you either do what Norway's doing to everyone, or you come back to the sane side and you start executing people for heinous crimes again. He needs to be relocated to Norway's far north. It's a place where it's illegal to be outside without a gun. Except don't give him the gun! Oh my god, news doesn't like to show these things. They might bolster the right. Which is the most wild thing to say. Oh, we can't report about reality because it might make people more racist. Who the fuck cares? You shouldn't care about the levels of racism. You should care about the women and the children being raped. What are you even talking about? European courts, including the UK, can take years to actually take a crime to trial. In fact, it's quite likely we won't hear anything of a sentence for Mimi until 2028. Absolutely insane. Like, it just works slow in all of our countries, and it shouldn't be that way. Patchouli, thank you. You're not saying it's always a Star Wars name, but it always seems to be a Star Wars name. It's also tiresome, man. Also tiresome. So this article that came up when I was trying to find more information on that Norway one is from October 30th of last year. Outrage as Swedish court refuses to deport convicted rapist. Prime Minister promises crackdown. Those who commit serious crimes in Sweden and are not Swedish citizens must leave the country. Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson warns. And some people would call this like radical. This is just normal. What are we doing? Swede here. All of the Scandinavian countries have been fucked since COVID at least. The good news is your electricity bill is low from how much you're glowing. Man. A Swedish appeals court decision not to deport a convicted rapist because his assault on a 16-year-old girl was not deemed exceptionally grave has ignited outrage, fueling a backlash against Sweden's justice system. I remember covering this when this first happened. I remember covering this when it first happened. So this must have been like some kind of update, because I don't remember the Prime Minister stepping in when I covered it. You thought ignorance of the law was no excuse? What happened? You know? The Court of Appeal for Northern Norland confirmed to Fox News Digital that the defendant, an Eritrean national... Weird. An Eritrean national and illegal immigrant, Yezied Mohammed, was sentenced to 3 years in prison for raping the 16-year-old girl from the northern town of Skellefteå. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but that's a cool town name. On September 1st, 2024, the court acknowledged that while the crime was serious, it did not meet the threshold for deportation because of its nature and short duration. The ruling prompted swift condemnation from Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, who released a video promising stricter deportation laws. No one should have to worry about meeting their attacker or rapist on the street, Kristersson said. Those who commit serious crimes in Sweden and are not Swedish citizens must leave the country. In a written response to Fox News Digital, Judge Lars Victorson said the court considered both the nature and duration of the act, noting there was no use of weapon there wasn't intercourse, and that the duration of the incident had been short. It is true that the duration of the rape was of significance in the assessment of the matter of the deportation, Victorson stated. However, the nature of the offense was at least as significant. So it's okay if you rape someone as long as you don't use your dick and as long as it only lasts a certain amount of time. The duration was too short. I hate these people. Just a quickie. Eric Wammel, thank you. Your Honor, my client is a mouth-breathing window licker. Well, why didn't you say so? Let him go. You know? Adam Holt, thank you. Obama once said that anyone who commits a crime and is not a citizen will be subject to deportation from the USA. Man, why is Obama a far-right radical Nazi? Patchouli, thank you. I read that already. Thank you again. It's okay because it's only a little bit of rape. That's fine. We'll just give him a little bit of rope. Kristersson pledged to introduce the toughest legislation in all the Nordic countries, stating that any crime resulting in more than a fine could lead to deportation. With these new stricter rules, 6 times as many people are expected to be deported. We're going further than any government has ever done before. Well, the Dominican Republic, I think, has probably gone the farthest. And I think Western countries need to look at the Dominican Republic's deportation policies to kind of get us back on track. Migration Minister Johan Forsell echoed the Prime Minister's sentiment in a video he posted on X, calling the case unacceptable. The victim's right to safety must always outweigh the perpetrator's right to stay in Sweden, he said. Next year, I will present new legislation that will make Sweden the toughest country in the Nordic region when it comes to crime-related deportations. Has he done this? Is there an update on this, Swede bros? Has he introduced any of this year? Because this is a couple of months old, so we shall see when the deportations actually happen. Yeah, right? We need to be more like the Dominican Republic is a sentence never before uttered. We're quickly running out of new sentences that have never before been said. Azuli, thank you. This sounds like a law similar in the UK, where it's actually impossible for women to be charged with rape because it requires, excuse me, penetration. I remember talking about that before too and thinking that's absolutely absurd. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Get the baby oil and Diddy. Go from there. What the fuck? RL Dog, thank you. You say they have to go through it for that duration, and let's see if it changes their mind, you know? That would be interesting, right? If a judge wants to be like, well, the rape didn't last long enough for deportation, maybe the judge should be subject to however long the rape was, just to see, you know? Deport him on a boat with some plastic explosives on a 10-second timer. Abra-fucking-cadabra, thank you for the 17 months. You see, he was only a minute man, Your Honor. I call Missy Elliott to the stand. Own people first thinking is harmful and dangerous. Tahiti Tuparlian Social Democrats. What the fuck kind of name is that? What the fuck is that name? Ghoul Natick, thank you for the 10-month resub on Kick, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Master Prick, thank you. It's funny hearing that about the Dominican Republic because they keep illegally entering Puerto Rico. It's a cycle. They're trying to escape the Haitians who keep coming to the Dominican Republic illegally. We also need to review the internal conventions that, until now, have made it harder to carry out necessary deportations. This is about justice and about giving victims the dignity and the closure they deserve. Which, agreed. It's wild that there was any other opinion besides this one. The district court initially acquitted him, accepting that a rape had occurred but finding insufficient evidence that he was the perpetrator. After an appeal, the Court of Appeal overturned that ruling, concluding that Mohammed matched the description given by the victim and a witness, and that forensic evidence placed him near the scene. The court sentenced him to 3 years in prison, the minimum for rape in Sweden, and ordered him to pay 240,000 Swedish krona, about 25,600 in damages. That's pretty crazy! In the UK, you can rape white children for free, but in Sweden, it costs you $25,000. It ruled that while the offense was serious, it was not of such an exceptionally grave nature to justify deportation under refugee protections. One judge dissented, arguing he should be expelled. I just, like, I cannot imagine looking at a child of my country who has been raped by an invader and saying, well, you know, it was kind of bad that she was assaulted, but it would be way worse if we deported him back to his home country. How could we do something like that and live with ourselves? We need to keep him here so he can rape more children. Just one judge dissented. I am very close to glowing. The decision sparked global attention after social media posts claimed Mohammed avoided deportation because the rape lasted less than 10 minutes, which is when I covered this before. While no specific time frame appears in the judgment, the court confirmed that duration was one factor in its assessment. Which again is wild! There's no, like, duration of consent when it comes to rape. It's not like, oh, it was only 2 minutes, therefore your rape wasn't actually bad enough to be rape. But then once you cross that, like, 5-minute threshold, it's like, whoa, buddy, you can't just pay $25,000 anymore to rape that white kid. Did the cartoon catapult trick load them and launch them over the border? Maybe next time he assaults a kid, he'll last long enough to be deported? Like, the only way to get over not glowing and saying what needs to be done is to make, like, these incredibly dark jokes, because it's like, this is well beyond abhorrent. You should not be sacrificing your country's children on the altar of rape to import foreigners. What the fuck is wrong with you? Send them back to their countries. He was only stabbing him for 30 seconds, so it's not as bad as a whole minute. Brother, he's still dead! Swedish journalist Christian Peterson told Fox News Digital the ruling's wording, referring to the character and duration of the act, became a flashpoint for public anger. The judges themselves determined which aspects of the crime were relevant and whether those were sufficiently severe to justify deportation. That's what makes this ruling so controversial. A post by Swedish commenter Evelina Hani, viewed nearly 10 million times and shared by Elon Musk, accused Swedish courts of leniency toward migrants and reignited a nationwide debate over crime and immigration. Peterson said the case highlights a broader issue: Sweden's difficulty deporting migrants even after serious convictions. In Sweden, it's very difficult to deport migrants, even those convicted of serious crimes. This case became symbolic because people feel it shows how the system protects offenders more than victims. And this is happening in every Western country, every single one. They very much prioritize criminals and perpetrators of crime over the victims. He noted similar cases, including the 2010 murder of Elin Krantz, a young woman killed by an Ethiopian man with a residence permit, and recent reports of rapes in elderly care homes involving foreign-born workers. This is exactly that, like, inversion of reality hierarchy from that post I read the other day, where the actual victim in this case holds too many privileged characteristics, so any crime committed against someone with the privileged characteristics in the hierarchy, well, that crime didn't really happen to them. They actually kind of deserved it. They should at least punish them with castration before deporting them. These monsters aren't going to pay for their crimes when they're sent back. You know, they might actually pay more dearly for their crimes when they're sent back to their home countries. Because in these third world countries, if, like, you know, a family finds out you even attempted to rape their child, they'll just fucking murder you. Like, unironically, third world countries have more punishment on occasion for these crimes than our countries do. Therian.ai, thank you. I don't want to send them back, Anakin meme. Your biggest complaint about the Kirsche store is that you can't buy the Kirsche plush and the prerequisite fleshlight on one site. There's no fleshlight, do not the Kirsche. Mildly OCD, thank you. Your Honor, my client pleads low IQ quick shot. Battleizer, thank you. We live in a society where you must glow to survive, but you aren't allowed to glow. It's a catch-22. Paraphrasing Mr. Sam Hyde. True. Anthony, thank you. How about we deport from this planet? That would actually be kind of fun. You know, we haven't invented new forms of torture in quite a while. What if we could build some sort of, like... You know how like when rockets are sent into space, they have like extra like little thingies that propel them up? Like, I don't know if they're necessarily engines, but they have extra thingies that propel them up, right? And those thingies fall off the, like, higher it goes up to, like, shed weight. What if we could do that, but we put, like, a criminal in a solo rocket, and then as the rocket goes up, the panels fall off, and then we could watch him get melted by the atmosphere? That would be pretty cool. That would be a fun way to execute someone. It would be very expensive, though. We'd have to figure out how to do it very cheaply. That sounds quite expensive. Starting to think Russia was right about using penal colonies. Only after the right-wing coalition took power in 2022 did meaningful reforms begin to take shape, Peterson said. Before that, the issue was considered too politically sensitive. If you had told me back in high school that left-wing parties would become the de facto party of murder and rape, I wouldn't have believed you. I would have thought, like, you were crazy. But yeah, he's right. If you vote for left-leaning people at this point, you are voting for more rape and more murder. Congratulations, blue button pressers. The party of immigrants. Still, he says, Sweden did not join a Danish-Italian initiative within the European Union to reform the European Convention on Human Rights, which critics say limits the ability to deport convicted offenders. Denmark, Italy, and Austria signed on. Sweden did not. As public anger mounts, Sweden's government faces pressure to implement tougher policies. Judge Victorson told Fox News Digital the court followed existing law and precedent, but the power to change deportation standards lies with lawmakers. All of the activists, they need to be gone. All of the communists need to be basically treated as the non-humans they actually are. Communists should not be allowed free speech. Communists should not be allowed to teach. Communists should not be allowed to hold positions of political power. Communists should be as persona non grata as anyone who is an actual avowed Nazi. Let me scroll down in YouTube. I was scrolled fucking way up, sorry. Blue Supergiant, thank you. Frostpunk's execution platform, fuel the reactor. True and real. K-Boy, thank you. Casino Royale depicts a great way to deal with this problem. I don't know what Casino Royale is. Adam Holtz, thank you. There was a Bhutani refugee man in Idaho who assaulted someone and was convicted in 2019. He was deported back to Bhutan despite Bhutan not recognizing his citizenship in 2025. Even Bhutan was like, don't send that fucking piece of shit back here. Phoenix DS, thank you. Did someone say Sputnik? Manned satellites? Elon, get on this! Ratgrot, thank you. Execution by particle accelerator? That could also be fun. Psycho, thank you. Roman law, Greek philosophy, Christian morals now. You know? Nick Rogue, thank you. Hard to see a scenario where law-abiding citizens aren't driven to vigilante justice when repeat offenders are repeatedly let loose to offend again. Yeah, unfortunately so. Unfortunately. They put the close family and associates of commies in prison camps after the Civil War. You think they had the right idea? Maybe. Speaking of penal colonies, I need to blow my nose. The nose cummies are really bad. It's fucking driving me crazy. Ein Moment. Wonderful. Wonderful. You think the best execution method is to walk them into a furnace that's fast, clean, cheap, and most importantly, isn't messy enough for liberals to complain that it's mean? In the movie Equilibrium, when you were convicted of thought crime or owning something from the before times like artwork, you were just walked into a furnace and obliterated. So, I mean, you know? Ace of Spades, thank you. They should become medical and science test pigs. I've never heard of this website before, but while I was looking up that rape stuff, I came across this article from today, actually. Never heard of Hot Air, so I'm not sure who Hot Air is. But this guy wrote the article, "Can our civilization survive its betrayal by elites?" I would say yes, but it would require the strong men to do things that are very glowy. Sometimes you have to wonder what the point of fighting the decline of Western civilization is. It seems inevitable, and enough people seem to tolerate it that it's easy to think about giving up, moving someplace where the deterioration will take longer, or be avoided by a large enough concentration of people who share our values, so sanity will prevail. I continue to believe this attitude is wrong, morally, strategically, and tactically. I already agree with this guy because I've been saying for ages now, the fucking I just want to grill and I'm not going to do anything about it people are just as bad, if not worse, than the communists actively ruining everything. Because it's because of their inaction we don't have enough people at the moment to push back in the legal avenues that we currently have. It's because of them things keep getting taken from us by the people who actually want to win and change our culture. I have zero tolerance for the I just want to grill, but I will not stand up and defend my right to do it people anymore. Uncle Hall, thank you for the 26 months. Your edgy joke won't send because Superberries are checked for obscure jokes, but Norwegian black metal personalities now, I guess. Varg avenged dead. I'm sorry that YouTube is cucking you, man. I haven't heard them called Superberries in ages. That's a throwback. Update to the artist arrest in the UK, maybe due to depiction of bestiality, not the age of the character. More information needs to be revealed. It's like, I don't, that's just disgusting. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, you wouldn't mind them so much if they didn't try to get in the way. You'll commit atrocities for your right to grill in peace, you know? You know? It may be tempting to go down that path, but we are not put on this earth to do easy things. We are put here to do important things, which are often hard. I have taken to keeping a running tab of outrageous stories about crime, not because I'm obsessed with or worry about crime much impacting me, but because the evolving attitude about crime in Western societies is symptomatic of a larger cultural disease. And this is actually the Syrian migrant raping a 13-year-old I just talked about. Someone saying he's too retarded, he does not understand reality, he's unable to stop raping. Oh, are you putting him in a psychiatric hospital? No. Oh, is he going to jail forever? No. Are you deporting him? No. Will he be monitored once released? No. And this is just a transcript of the tweet. Our societies have become suicidal, sometimes in a literal way. Ask Canadians about that. Our elites have flooded our countries with barbarians who are raping and murdering. This is another tweet. New London rape data. The sexual assault and rape numbers have gone up by 400%. In 59 days, there were 1,459 rapes reported. We know who the main predators are. London is now officially the rape capital of Europe. Continued silence from legacy media. Sorry, I don't know how much more is in the tweet, and I want to make sure I read all of it. London is now officially the rape capital of Europe. Continued silence from legacy media, politicians, and the liberal left. And this is a news clip from just a few days ago. All right, volume is not going to work, so I can turn it up and then move the video to the end so it replays.
In 59 days, across January and February, in 59 days, there was 1,435 rapes reported in London.
And that's reported. So you could probably double that or even more multiples of it, because a lot of people won't.
That's it. The sexual assault and rape numbers have gone up by 400%. So when Sadiq Khan talks about, oh, it's the safest city in the country, it's outrageous. We know that there are...
Well, it's the safest city in the country as long as you're not white. And as we know, white people aren't even human, so crimes against them don't count. So that's why it's the safest city. You see how that works? You see how that makes sense?
We know that there are rape gangs operating in London. We know that there's trafficking. We know all of these things. And we know who the predators are, mainly. In 59 days, across January and February, in 59 days, there was 1,435 rapes reported in London.
I just needed to hear the statistic again. That's fucking crazy, dude. Sky, thank you. A bit behind, but when you saw this headline, your first thought was if he lied about ever meeting her and then lied again about having raped her, then he has the IQ to know it was wrong. That being said, you don't think he should serve prison time. Yeah, it's like, I don't care if someone is insane. I don't care if someone is low IQ. If they have attempted rape, actually raped, attempted murder, or actually murdered, they should just get executed. Bottom fucking line. There should be no whinging. There should be no incarceration. It should just be, we're holding you for a couple of weeks until we can get the paperwork sorted to execute you. That's it. That should be the end of that. Gabriel, thank you for the huffs. Deportation is literally no punishment at all for these people because SA isn't a crime in their shithole country. You hate YouTube. Some of you may find this harsh, but I think everybody in the story should be executed. Norm McStreamer. True. There is no rehabilitation for certain behaviors. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Oh my God. My brain is trying to remember a thing. There was a thing recently where a younger youth guy did something bad. Can't remember if rape or murder, but did something bad. And his mother was just like, he's just a little guy. He didn't do nothing wrong. That was recent. What was that? Chat, what was that story? Walla Walla Bing Bang, thank you. You have to question the thought process of the guys creating a growing class of jobless military-age men with nothing to lose while also trying to replace them with violent foreigners. How do the politicians think this ends? History is very clear. That's a great question. I think they're counting on everyone being so complacent and considering, right? It's not just everyone being complacent and not wanting to, like, lose the last bit of comfortability they have left. Like, I think most of us, you know, can fall into the I don't want to lose the little bit of comfortability I have. But they also count on our own side kneecapping us. Look how often people get arguing over, like, oh, but the group chats. Oh, but the you said a mean thing. Oh, but the we can't go that far. Look at how much flack, like, the Libertarian Party in New Hampshire gets for just saying reality as it is. It's like, there's so much fighting that's going to prevent any kind of cohesive take back of our country that's why, like that article said, it does feel sometimes like, how can we repair this? The fucking group chats, that was so fucking dumb. Yeah. I mean, look at like after the first Vice hit piece, all those other like weird little fucking trash rags with Indian journalists who were writing about me defending Shiloh Hendricks when that's not what I even said in the video. And they write this entire article about my defense of this and then post clips where it disproves their basis. Like, it's just like how that kind of thing prevents more people from speaking out. Because they see that, and they're just like, well, if this fucking well unknown cartoon streamer gets this much attention, gets this much dog shit, it's gonna be that much worse for me because I don't even have those safety nets that someone like a public figure does. And this is why I scream about politicians needing to fucking buck up and stop caring about the optics. Once people on a national stage or a global stage start saying reality for what it is, it becomes safer for those below them to do so. The thing is, the solutions are scary and nobody wants to make the first move because after that, things get even more difficult and dangerous. It's gonna get way worse before it gets better. It's just like, you know, when you're ill and you go to the doctor and they give you medicine, you're gonna feel like absolute fucking shit while that medicine is doing its job, but then you feel better. Mildly OCD, thank you. Centrism is the first line of defense when either side decides to get froggy. A centrist responsibility is to be the pushback and debate moderator. When that fails, the responsibility shifts to standing against radicals. Debate has since failed. Yes, and I would say, especially from like a content creation point of view, a lot of the people who purported themselves as like enlightened centrist were actually just leftists lying to you long enough until it was safe for them to espouse their commie ideals. Kind of fucking wild to see. Hold on, chatter. The solutions right now is still deport everyone that's not Western from the West. You know? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Let the journalists know that they're the first ones to go when communists take over. Reason is so they can control the narrative. They're not going to believe it, right? Those are part of like the useful idiots who think that they're going to be in the ruling class. Centrists are just cowards with zero principles. I would say people who call themselves centrist in current year, yeah, that's kind of what it is, but that shouldn't be what centrists are. Centrists should be the people who are like, I see some points on both sides, and I make an opinion based on, like, my own informed opinion from both sides. Like, that's what makes sense. I like fence sitting. It wasn't always a negative thing, right? Like, you can fence sit until you get more information and then take a side. But it's like, that's becoming harder to do. You remember the thing? It's in DMs. Oh, you're fucking beautiful. You're fucking beautiful. It's not in DMs. What? Oh. Oh, I haven't covered this one at all. I had this one in a tab, but no. That's really funny that you found another story that matched exactly what I was talking about, but it's not one I've talked about yet. That's crazy. Sorry, you put it in the wrong chat at first. You probably confused a whole bunch of people. But this article continuing. In Europe, rates of rape has skyrocketed as migrants, particularly from South Asian Muslim countries, have streamed in. And the solution that has been implemented is simple. Hide the statistics from people, deny it's happening, fail to arrest as many criminals as possible, and blame the victims. Diversity is our strength, or something. Swedish court has ruled that the Eritrean migrant who raped 16-year-old Maya Aberg won't be deported because the rape didn't last long enough. We just read that one too. Countries won't deport the criminals, and if a leader does, as with Trump, hordes of liberals take to the streets and commit violence to ensure that actual rapists, pedos, and gang members are allowed to stay here. Prosecutors will let criminals go in order to ensure that ICE can't deport them. And politicians get on their high horses to wax eloquently about how these rapists are our neighbors. Lawfare, Biden judge ordered the release of Dominican illegal alien with an Interpol red notice arrest warrant for murder. Judge Melissa Dubose doesn't care about you or the law. Congress needs to start impeaching judges before it's too late. Hard agree. Like, at this point, I don't care about the process. I don't care how it gets done. Impeach these fucking judges. I do not care, Margaret. Get them out. Lawfare, New York has released 7,000 violent criminals here illegally from jail instead of turning them over to ICE for deportation. Democrats care more about getting votes from illegals than protecting citizens. Those are tweets from May 1st, dude. We cannot deport murderers even for reasons. This bodega owner told ABC a year ago that he fears for his safety in New York. Last night, he was killed by a shoplifter. Now, I know I had this in a tab. I don't remember if I actually covered it. Battleizer, thank you. 12-year-old held a girl down. Yeah, it's the fucking rocks one. Thank you, Battleizer. It was the fucking 12-year-old or whatever he was that, like, put rocks in a girl's mouth so his friends could rape her. That's the fucking one. Thank you. Jesus fucking Christ. Gabriel, thank you for the huffs. Deportation is literally no punishment. I read that already. Thank you, though. Thank you again. Thank you again. Full cowl, thank you. Growing up, you tried to see both sides, but leaned left, but the left has moved the goalpost so much, now you're perceived right for being right of Mao. I was the same. When I turned 18, I registered as independent, because I was like, I can see rational thought from the Democrats, rational thought from Republicans. I don't want to box myself into one area, so I registered as independent, so I could vote for whoever I thought would have been better, because both of them made coherent points back in the day. And then in 2015, I changed my ticket from independent to Republican. Oh, those innocent days. I'm pretty sure that for that one, it was the dad saying, he's just a little guy, not the mom. I'm pretty sure the Rocks guy also had his mom defending him, but there's been so many of these parents defending their, like, heinous children who should be put to the death penalty that I just don't need, like, if I had a son that I loved, obviously, because he's my son, and my son, because I, for some reason, was just a shit parent, went out and either raped or assisted in the rape of someone else's daughter, why would I defend him? He is defective. He should not carry on our bloodline. It was his aunt. She had a crazy rant defending him. His aunt, dude. Jesus Christ. Andrews, thank you. In the book Starship Troopers, they make fun of the people that do slaps on the wrist and say that people with minor crimes should be flogged publicly and hanged for major crimes immediately after being convicted. You know? Problem is, like you said, the fence sitting is only until you get info and you're supposed to pick a side after. People have turned being centrist fence sitting into its own position. They never leave. Which is very weird, right? Because it's like, if you don't stand for something, you will stand for nothing, I think is how that quote goes, right? And if you are eternally fence-sitting despite facts in front of your face, you are basically declaring your allegiance for the other side at that point. You just don't want to say it because you get those sweet money bucks from people hoping you'll change your mind. Remember, if you sit on the fence for too long, you eventually get impaled by it. True. True and real. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Thank you, that's what it was. I couldn't remember the quote. Thank you, chat. You are my memory. Phoenix DS, thank you. They deleted Kirk for debating. There's no more reason to debate with them. Time to choose a side. Pretty much. Anthony, thank you. Charlie Kirk was the centrist trying to debate, and look what happened to him. I would not call Charlie Kirk a centrist. I think he was definitely more on the conservative side, but yeah, he was just trying to talk. He was trying to get the ideals across to people, and he was trying to say, hey, we might believe some different things on how legislation or law should work, but we're still the same countrymen. He was center-right. He was just very religious about it. Dominor, thank you. So London's new regional anthem is the song from I Don't Know, Jeffrey. Gape, gape. Jesus. Eric Whamill, thank you. It'll come to a point when people realize they can just do things, and that's when civilization will start unraveling. Feels like we are on the ledge, and it's going to give at any moment. You know? Full Cowl, thank you. Growing up, I read that already. Thank you again. Thank you again. Moderate does not mean center. Yeah. So I don't remember if I played this. It's 20 seconds, so I'll play it again.
Spoke with Eyewitness News a year ago, saying he worried about violence against bodega workers he'd seen on social media.
People got shot, killed. Sometimes you got robbed, and the police never responds quick.
Tonight, the organization is wondering if the person who shot Abdul Salah was someone who shouldn't have been on the street. Spoke with Eyewitness News.
Well, I'm not surprised. There probably are someone who shouldn't have been on the street. Our cultural elite will bend over backwards to prevent ordinary people from knowing just who is committing crimes and who is letting them go because, well, it's a bad look. And the normies might get upset. Criminals are Maryland man or Lorton man, and always presented as salt of the earth or something. Meet Lorton man, an illegal alien and repeat violent freed by Fairfax Soros DA Steve DeSano over and over. Akuama Boateng? What the fuck is that name? Date of birth, 9/1995. 50 plus charges. 10 plus arrests since 2023. Descano dropped the charges. 2 times attempted murder, 3 assaults, 4 times shooting and possessing a gun, plus home invasion, bomb threat, drugs, and theft. This was like, we were reading an article a couple of weeks ago about like some illegal who did something in Texas, and they called him like, I don't remember if it was a town name or a Texas man, but they called him that, and I was like, there's absolutely no way. There's no fucking way. It's like they're going for high score catch and release. Therian.ai, thank you. The Oingo Boingo song, Only a Lad, speaks on this. Playing with the boys. Massive Doge, thank you. Vlad the Impaler. Fence sitters. Yeah, I used to have plenty of those. And maybe Vlad had some points. A Phoenix DS, thank you. Used to listen to Aerosmith on the radio and much music, living on the edge. How true the song feels for the now. There's something wrong with the world today. Thank you, Aerosmith and Phoenix DS. This is why self-defense is so important. Their intended victims should have taken care of this on the first attempt. Yeah. Sunshine Splendor, thank you. There's between 7 and 13% of the overall population here in the U.S. that just, you know, every life is precious, apparently. Thank you, Sunshine Splendor. Whatever the excuses for letting criminals run riot, it all boils down to this in liberals' minds. Westerners are the bad guys, and reparations to the oppressed must be made. If you are on the intersectional ladder, you are allowed to do anything until you kill somebody. And even then, you might get a pass. A RIP officer John Bartholomew, 38, father of 3, husband, killed in Chicago by a felon on parole with 20-plus arrests, Alfonso Tali. Judge Like released him multiple times. That's a dangerous name. We have the defund the police activists, the decarceration activists, the anti-ICE activists, and of course, the pro-sex crime activists in California and in lefty areas. For the third time, California Democrats reject a law that would make it a felony to purchase sex from a 16 or 17-year-old child. What?
Over the state capitol where the fight continues over child sex trafficking. Democrats today again rejecting another push to make it an automatic felony to purchase or solicit a 16 or 17-year-old for sex. Thanks for being with us at 6.
So, all right, hold on. California decriminalized knowingly infecting someone with HIV without disclosing it to them. They also, when it came to the sodomy laws, instead of making the homosexual sodomy laws be in line with the heterosexual ones, or vice versa, what was it? People were like upset because the sodomy laws on the books like targeted fucking homosexuals more than heterosexuals or something. And instead of evening them out and making the punishment the exact same, they made it the more lenient one. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Even he sounds tired of Callie's shit.
I'm Golston Dart.
And I'm Edie Lambert.
I've looked over the state capitol where the fight continues over child sex trafficking. Democrats today again.
Did they just repeat the same clip twice?
To make it an automatic felony to purchase or solicit a 16 or 17-year-old for sex. Thanks for being with us at 6. I'm Golston Dart.
And I'm Edie Lambert.
Did you see her face? Look at her face.
Automatic felony to purchase or solicit a 16 or 17-year-old for sex.
As soon as he says that, like, the look on her face is like, what the fuck are we doing? You significantly feel better about leaving California every day? Yeah, I mean, I would too, man. The Wastelander, thank you. Miga, make impalements great again. True. That's Callie for you. Callie is fucking dystopian. What the hell? I mean, maybe the Democrats are like, well, our ideal age for child sex is like 13. So 16 and 17 is too old for us. So we don't need to make that a felony. Maybe that's the logic they're working on. 16-year-olds are eager to be sex trafficked. Jesus Christ. Scott Wiener, who keeps lowering the bar for sex offenders, will soon replace Nancy Pelosi in Congress. He leads the charge for making human trafficking easier, lowering the bar for sex crimes, and grooming children. Is he like going to replace Nancy Pelosi, or is this just like everyone is so fucking retarded he's expected to be voted in regardless? Of course it's Wiener. I mean, Wiener looks like he has AIDS. How is this real? Because California is like America's very own mini UK. It's just like a dystopian hellhole where nothing makes sense. Check his hard drives. Our society is no longer defending itself from the worst people, and civilizations cannot long survive when the innocent are sacrificed. There will be a breaking point. This one says, Governor DeSantis is calling for the immediate impeachment of Judge Tiffany Baker. Judge Baker released a child rapist who was a known danger to society. While out on bail, the rapist tortured and killed a 5-year-old little girl. Should she be impeached? Look at that demonic fucking smile, dude. Holy shit.
Appreciate the legislature.
Oh boy, my left ear fucking loves this clip.
For passing this. But I will just say to my friends in the Florida House of Representatives, I don't think what you've done is enough. You have the power and you have sufficient numbers in your chamber to impeach.
Why does nobody do anything anymore? Well, anyone who tries to do anything is called a racist, a rapist, a pedophile, a fascist, a Nazi. And for some reason, these men in power, not this guy specifically, but he is a man in power. For some reason, men in power just decide that it's horrible to be called those things, and so they cannot do what must be done. Instead of saying, like, yeah, I don't really care, Margaret, I'm gonna do it anyway, they go, oh no, they called me mean word, I can't do it, no. That woman is not real? What is that Joker-ass looking smile? You know, that's what I said.
This judge, Tiffany Baker, until you start holding these judges accountable, they are going to continue to find ways to benefit the criminal element.
You hate that so many people still care about being called Nazi or whatever? I hate that some of us still have to care, which is why I keep grinding my axe against politicians and people in actual positions of power. Because it's like, you as an average person, if somebody starts lobbing Nazi accusations against you, you're gonna lose your job. That's just the end of it. Like, unless your boss is an actual fucking badass who's like, yeah, I don't really give a shit about what these freaks say, which is a very rare boss to have. If someone calls you a Nazi, you're losing your job. If you're in a position like me and someone starts calling you a Nazi, you're gonna lose sponsors. That's just what happens. So you have to care until people higher up on the fucking hierarchy, like these politicians, stop caring about it and start setting new standards. Companies stop firing people. Sponsors stop dropping people in the face of mob justice. It's going to continue, and you're going to be forced to care about the definitions these communists lob at you until more people start standing up against it. And it's fucking awful. I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. Gabriel, thank you for the huffs. Isn't y'all have the right to bear arms so that these things won't happen? You would think so. You don't think so. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. That, and we get kicked for trying to fix things, and then we have those judges? Yep. Yep. Walla Walla Bing Bang, thank you. Fun fact, judicial immunity doesn't apply to sedition or treason under the Constitution. Unrelated fun fact, the death penalty is a part of the Constitution. There needs to be quite a few treason charges being levied out. And it's like, oh god, what was I going to say? I was about to say something. What was I going to say? What was I going to say? I hate when I forget these things. Fuck the concern over name calling. This is the line. Oh yeah. It's like fucking someone redid that like Which Way Western Man. And it's like, be called a racist and fix your country. And then the other one is like, be called a racist anyway and lose everything. It's like, that's literally your choice. Like, they're not gonna stop the name calling because they want you dead. That is the goal. The carbon they wish to reduce is fucking you. If you have not internalized this yet, you're not gonna make it, brother.
This was an outrage. This was such an easy call to make sure that this guy was put behind bars. And this judge refused to do it, knowing the risks, and the result has obviously been a tragedy. So, Florida Constitution vests the House of Representatives with the ability to bring an impeachment against a circuit judge with 2/3 majority. You know, last time I checked, we've got way more than 2/3 of Republicans. Honestly, I think some Democrats would vote to impeach, given what happened in this case.
You would hope so, but I do not have faith there. There's no get called fascist and fix the country. Calling you a fascist is how they prevent you from fixing the country. I mean, while you're fixing the country, they're still going to call you that, is basically what that means. Which, you just have to ignore it. You just have to say, yeah, I don't care about your duplicitous demon tears. You're incandescent with glow whenever rapists get away with it because they're not native, you know? Ironically, it is our elites who are all in on this. As less refined, less educated, and less insane people object, they're being demonized as fascists and bigots. Because all the best, TM, people know better. And this is another one, says, San Antonio City Councilman says we won't need prisons if we give people healthcare, transportation, and housing. Very common worldview amongst Texas City Council persons. What a fucking retard. What an absolute fucking idiot. Holy shit. Oh my god, that reminded me of another story that I saw. It was another rape story in the UK, and like the rape, they're foreigners, but I don't remember which country they're from. But the foreign rapists were living in this like beautiful chateau that was made out of brick, and it had like the Italianate roof style, and it had all this really nice ivy that had grown all over the brick. It was gorgeous. It was a gorgeous fucking chateau. And they were housing fucking rapists in it, man. What is the UK? This reminds me of a foreign rapist story from the UK as everyone lights a cigarette and goes, which one? Won't need prisons if we bring back the gallows. Please make public executions great again. Send a message. All we have to do is give would-be criminals every creature comfort imaginable so that they don't feel compelled to commit crimes. I mean, yeah, I suppose that's true, but that's just kind of letting them have all the benefits of crime without actually having to commit it. Didn't California do something like this? Hold on, let me look it up so I don't speak untruths. California to pay criminals to not commit crime. Yeah, it was in 2021. It was in 2021. Launched in late 2021, San Francisco's Dreamkeeper Fellowship, fucking Kingdom Hearts ass wording, is one of the most widely discussed examples. The program identifies individuals at a very high risk of being involved in a shooting, either as a victim or a perpetrator, and offers them a stipend to engage in life-improving activities. Participants can receive a base stipend of $300 a month. They can earn up to an additional $200 a month for reaching specific goals, such as attending job interviews, complying with probation, or meeting with a mentor. The city frames this as an investment in community ambassadors rather than cash for criminals, aiming to reduce the massive societal and financial costs of gun violence. Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but if you have to pay someone to not commit crime, that person should probably be put in a penal colony. They should probably have a life goal of making big rocks into little rocks for the rest of their lives. Because we should not be holding normal individuals at, like, fucking gunpoint by paying people in the hopes that they don't commit crime. That's fucking wild. That is insane. Wasn't that just paying protection to the mafia? At least the mafia had standards, man. Where they could just steal for under $1,000 and not get prosecuted. Yeah, you can steal under $1,000 from any shop in your area and also get paid to not be involved in a shooting. Damn, that sounds like California is literally Grand Theft Auto at this point. And just cut their balls off like the ancient Egyptians did. And it's like I said, people actually clapped for this fantasy nonsense. They truly believe that prisons aren't necessary, ever. And every prisoner is a byproduct of a systemic failure that only the government can fix. Now, you see, if you think that prisons are a byproduct of a systemic failure, why would you think that the government, parentheses, the system, would be the ones to fix it? Like, what? Dreadhe, thank you. Jamal, I'm finna pay you to not be a career criminal. Some very smart person in government.
Perfect. So when you invest in treatment, housing, healthcare, recovery, and progress, you don't need the prisons.
This guy has an accent that tells me I should not listen to him.
And when we can either, and I'll be a little bit more direct.
That is not what I expected him to look like.
And what I'm saying is, we can either create a police state where we jail everyone for every little thing that we do. We survey them and we look out for everybody who's doing something.
Bro, he has like incredibly female-coded manicure. What the fuck am I seeing? But also, no, we don't need a surveillance state, but when we catch someone, when we have their DNA in a rape, or when we have it on tape that they murdered someone, we can just execute them, Mr. Crazy Eyes! Like, what are you talking about?
Bad in our community, and we lock them away. Or we can create a community where everyone has access to treatment, housing, healthcare, transportation, workforce, all of the things that make our city great and vibrant. If we invest in those things, we won't need the prisons. We won't need the jail. We won't need to invest.
The clapping is wild. And also, like, how do you even get to this worldview? Like, I cannot believe anyone espousing this stuff is being sincere. Like, they have to be lying. There's no way that you exist in this world and think that prisons are entirely unnecessary. Like, what? There's no one that is that fucking retarded. I could probably go to some, like, low-functioning 50 IQ, needs a caretaker 24/7, and be like, if you stab lady and she stopped moving, is that bad? And they'd probably say yes! Let's be real! Are you sure, Kier? You want these scumfucks to become glowy incandescently? It's because they live in wealth areas where they're completely insulated from low-trust actors. And it's like, I try to think about that, where it's like, maybe they've just only lived in high-trust areas their entire lives. And I think about my upbringing, right? My grandparents, despite being, like, blue-collar, like, my grandmother was a stay-at-home mom, my grandfather was a glazer, my dad was a glazer, like, right? My entire family was, like, blue-collar middle class at that time. And I think about living there living where I did, my town was very high trust, very homogenous. All of the towns around me were the exact same way. But I had my mother. And when I spent time with my mother, I got to see what living in a not high trust, not homogenous area was like. And so it's like, if I didn't have my mom, would I have the same opinions of these insane people? Because I would have been around nothing but people who espoused leftist beliefs. I would have never been able to see what reality actually was outside of my area. The only the fox who isn't getting glazed. It's just like, I don't know. I am who I am because I am a culmination of the experiences that I've had. And if I take out some of those experiences, even if they've been very bad for me and I shouldn't have had to go through them, they would probably drastically alter who I am as a person. Your mom made you paste. You'd assume everyone is good deep down, which is sadly not the case. I mean, maybe. Right? Like, I can only speculate how I would have turned out. She am what she am, like Popeye the Sailor Fox Woman. No, you've been in extremely high trust all your life, and you still know those groups are irredeemable. Didn't even lock the doors or close the gate. Yeah, I was gonna say, at my grandparents' house, we didn't lock the doors. We kept the windows open at night. They had screens, but like, what the fuck is a screen gonna do, right? We'd leave the windows open at night. They'd leave the cars unlocked in the driveway, you know? I talked about how, like, when I visited my family a few years ago, my friend was driving my car, and like, we were at a hotel, and he brought the car around, got out of the car, and came into the lobby to get me. And I was like, oh, where's the car? And he's like, oh, I left it on outside. I was like, you left it on? Obviously it didn't get stolen, but I was still in the, like, I live in Georgia in an apartment in a bad area mindset. So I was like, why would you leave the keys in the car and leave it on outside? You know, like, I was freaking out, but it's like, it was fine. It was fine because of the area we were in. That sounds nice. You grew up with the doors being kicked in and windows being smashed on cars. I mean, that's my experience with my mom. Sometimes my mom was the one taking the vehicle without permission, but you know. Leftists claim to be travelers, but only go to walled-off resorts, and people who have actually seen the rest of the world and experienced second and third world cultures firsthand are conservative because they've seen the reality. I also think, like, I want to preserve other cultures as well, you know? Like, I don't want to see other cultures that are fascinating and reach thousands of years ago evaporate. I want Japan to still have Japanese culture. I want Vietnam to still have Vietnamese culture, right? Like, it's like, I don't want everything to become a global homogenous soup. GTA 6, Kier Mom. You want to cut down on prisons and let people go? Fine. You house them and take full responsibility and pay for their actions. What's that? You don't want that? Then fuck you. I think that might actually be an interesting prospect. And I wonder if someone would be cheeky enough to try and propose it somewhere. It's not something I would ever expect to get passed, but I think it would be an interesting piece of legislature to talk about, where it's like, okay, if you really want to try a prisonless society, how about we start with sponsor a criminal? All right, sponsor a prisoner. Let's make it sound nicer. Sponsor a prison afflicted person, I think was the new terminology they were using, right? So if you believe that incarceration is wrong and that prisons should be abolished, you can take on the responsibility of sponsoring a prisoner. It'll be like for 30 cents a day, you can feed the starving African child, except instead of sending 30 cents across the ocean and getting a picture back, you get a criminal living in the spare bedroom in your house, and you are responsible for rehabilitating them. And we'll see how that goes. We'll see how many people sign up, how many people want to spend their own money on that, how many people want to invite a rapist or a murderer into their home. Because you know that some people will try to get around this by being like, I'll take the criminal that's inside for having like 10 grams of weed on him, all right? We'll take that guy. You know, there's not, we're not doing that. We're not doing this for like non-violent crimes. You have to take the people that you're actually defending. Sponsor the justice impact. Yes, justice impacted individuals. Ehef, thank you. You grew up in rural Northwest Mountains, Pennsylvania, next to cows and wild elk, and even you don't have the cultural blindness of the left. Well, you got to think about it, right? When you are in like an ivory tower, homogenous area, and you go to public school and you get indoctrinated with these leftist beliefs, if you have had nothing that counters them, that indoctrination works very, very well, right? Indoctrination and propaganda are useful tools for a reason. They work and they are very efficient. And so if I think about what could have been if I only had that experience in my homogenous ivory tower section, in my public democratic school, where everyone was like, yeah, Obama's the best. I'm gonna vote for Obama because he's black and that means he has a big dick. And it's like, what? That doesn't, why would you vote for him based on that? That doesn't make sense. You don't get to pick and choose which criminal you get. You get a random person from the prison. Phoenix DS, thank you. Ooh, someone slipped that into the omnibus bill. The Dems won't read through such a large bill, and bang, they'll be housing the criminals they so want released. I think that would be a just very interesting experiment to try. Just one step further than the guy on the street asking people what they think about deportations, and when they say they're against it, and asking it, they will right then and there host one of the poor aliens just looking for a better life. All of a sudden the people against deportations don't have room. Well, that's why you need to force those people to live by their ideals, right? It's like, it's all virtue signaling to make themselves feel better while they're spending other people's money and condemning other people to live around violent criminals. They're like, it's fine, I don't have to deal with it, but I can virtue signal and pretend I'm a good person for inflicting this on other people and making their lives worse. Might not work, like how that woman that took that guy in that massacred her entire family because she believed the system was at fault. No, that's to be expected, actually. Like that's like, well, what did you expect? Can we make sure that if, let's be real, when a sponsored criminal commits another crime, the sponsor also gets charged with conspiracy for failing to properly rehabilitate them? Yeah, I think that would make sense. Ironically challenged, thank you. Cribs for Crips program. Well, Crips do just want to have fun. You know, they need to be swaddled in the crib at night. SGT, thank you. We know Michael's is bigger. Phoenix DS, thank you. I read that already. Thank you again. Okay. Eventually, they flee to Tennessee or Nevada or Texas or wherever and start voting for the same policies, like the cell exploding with viruses. Yep. Yep, that's why people in New Hampshire were like, don't mass up New Hampshire, because people in Massachusetts are fleeing the insane amount of taxation and communistic policies being inflicted on them, coming to New Hampshire, and then wanting the same exact thing that led them to what they're fleeing from. I just do not understand why people do that. So why should we fight all this? Well, the obvious answer is that while we can move to save ourselves, our responsibility to the next generation requires us to do so. Do we want to leave the world a better place or watch it descend into barbarity after a golden age of a couple hundred years? And I also feel like the level of animosity all of us have towards how grotesque most of the boomers are, do we want future generations to look at us with that same contempt? With the like, you could have done something to fix this, but instead you were so cowardly and selfish that you sat there and did nothing while your country and the country I inherited fell to ruin. Why have you done this to us? You know? Many people are incapable of admitting they were wrong, unfortunately so. And it's like, I can understand how some people, and especially again in content creation, don't want to admit they're wrong, because admitting they're wrong means that they'll get pummeled for it forever. But it's like, I think there should be a certain level of grace given to people who do admit that they're wrong. It's like, you fucked up, you made a mistake, you're accountable for it. All right, good. We don't need to fucking drive the nail in any farther, right? Burdening future generations with debt that you won't pay for is a good way to foster contempt. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's like, part of me wonders if that is like one of the prongs of the, oh my god, childless life is so much better. Like, why would you ever want an icky child? They take up all your time and like your money, and like, oh my god, you couldn't just like leave on a whim to go to the Bahamas anymore? You know? Like, it makes me wonder if it's part of that, because if people don't have children, it's harder to conceptualize the damage that you're doing to the next generation. If you don't have a child that you're upbringing for some people, it will be harder to understand, like, exactly the damage that they're doing. Because they're not gonna care. Why would they care? They don't have a child. You viscerally hate that mentality? Yeah. Burdening future generations with debt that you won't pay for? I read that already. How do I sometimes read the same, like, random comment twice? How does my brain work? Battleizer, thank you. You know that old saying, cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds? Some people could not hold a principle if it burrowed into their skin. True. Can't damage a generation that doesn't exist. Well, you know, it's going to be a lot smaller, but it's still going to exist. Western societies have had periods of greater or lesser civilization, as have all great societies. I'm pretty certain that I would not recognize the pre-Renaissance Europe of the 8th and 9th centuries as the height of Western civilization, just as Iran today is hardly the height of Persian civilization. Civilizations thrive or fall based on the choices and efforts people make, and there is no civilization in the world more worthy of preservation than post-war America and Western Europe, with all of their flaws. Freedom and science have flourished, and we have pulled billions of people out of poverty worldwide. Reagan's optimism and tenacity in the face of derision and persecution by the left is an example to us all. It still moves me to get up every day and fight, and I hope it does the same for all of us committed to preserving what's best in our society. I think that's a pretty... I don't know about the Reagan mention at the end here, but I don't know about that. But I think this is a fairly decent article for, like, yeah... Shit might seem hopeless, but that's what they want. You should do something because they want you to do nothing. Per generation sizes, boomers are the largest, while Gen X and millennials are smaller. Gen Z is far smaller. Help. Gen Alpha seems to be on track to be even smaller than Gen Z. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense that they're smaller. And I feel like eventually, right, it's going to have a return to the mean, and there's going to be another baby boom. It might not be Gen Z who has the baby boom. It might be the generation after them. And it might be the generation after that. But if we are to start fixing things right now, if we are to attempt to stop the Marxist takeover, we can make things better. And eventually, we will return to another golden age. Whether we are here to see that or not, I don't think matters. It's about making sure things are better for not just ourselves, but those who come after us in our countries. Reagan flipped California, Lamau, bastard. Yes, Reagan, the guy whose amnesty lost California. Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know about that one, but... the Force Horseman, thank you for the... Shaky woman, take my money. You've missed catching streams this week. Oh, thank you, welcome. I'm like extra shaky today for some reason, I don't know why. Phoenix DS, thank you. We've pulled millions out of poverty worldwide, but yet we have poverty within our own country. How odd, it seems like we're just the world's piggy bank. I'm tired of being the world's piggy bank, and it's so fucking nice to see. At least we're attempting to stop that a little bit. Ludwig World Order, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I apologize if I've missed any raids or stream elements messages. My alerts are not working today, and I have no idea why. Zero alerts working. I don't have them muted. They're not muted on stream elements. They're just dead for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Did I ever fix the fan is shaking your camera mount thing? Well, my fan is off right now, so. Spydrick1Cam, thank you for the 2 gift subby bubbies, thank you. And Shadow Ryu Pimp, thank you for the 39 freaking months, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Skeptical Panda, thank you for the 23 months on the YouTubes, thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. Reagan gave us the machine gun ban of 1986. We wouldn't be in this situation if we had machine guns. I would love to buy a machine gun. Holy shit. That'd be crazy. I know. What else do I have here? Oh yeah, this fucking guy. This fucking weird piece of shit. I saw this while I was peeing. I don't know who John Pavlovitz is, author of If God is Love, Don't Be a Jerk. I've never heard of this guy, but he's got over 200,000 followers. He said, these dying white dinosaurs see the asteroid of humanity's evolution coming for them. And in a naked act of panicked self-preservation, they're firing off one final Hail Mary salvo to try and stave off political extinction. Republicans are furiously dismantling the provisions and protections of the Voting Rights Act for one reason. They assume that white voters will save them. Instead, we must be the ones to end them. That's a little... I'm not joining your suicide pact, John Pavlovitz. If that's your real name. And I can already hear, like, the duplicitous, smug lies from people on the left being like, why are you making this into a racial thing? He's obviously talking about Republicans. It says it right there. He's not making it racial. It's about the Democrats and the Republicans. And obviously the Republicans need to lose forever because otherwise they would turn us into a fascist nation. You're just trying to be racist because you, like, hate black people? Yeah, no, a guy literally saying, yeah, white people are dying dinosaurs. We need to get rid of them. Yeah, no, I don't care about your commie gobbledygook. Ronnie, thank you for the $5, my guy. That seems a bit aggressive at the end. Yep. And then his Substack thing here says, not racist, white friends. Now's the time to prove it. And I wasn't gonna give this fucking candy ass any clicks on his Substack, so... The Beautiful Mess by John Pavlovitz. The rights of black people are under attack. Decent white people need to fight for them. Yeah, I would say decent white people fought for that and died for that in, like, I don't know, the Civil War. So, I don't really know what you're talking about here. Base to treat this guy like communist journalist. Ain't no way, dude. Dear supposedly... Oh god, I have to use like a fucking accent for this, don't I? Dear supposedly non-racist white people in the United States, you realize what's happening right now, don't you? You have to see it at this point, right? I mean, they're not hiding it anymore. This repugnant, racist president, his white supremacist party, and the soulless bigots he's polluted the highest court of our nation with, they aren't even trying to pretend this is anything else but the desperation of morally inverted human beings who realize time and progress are coming to swallow them up. They've read the writing on the wall ever since November of 2024. They've seen the changing demographics of this nation. Hold up! The changing demographic? I thought that was a conspiracy theory! I had hit pieces written on me because I repeated what Keir fucking Starmer said! What do you mean, the changing demographics of this nation? I was told that's fake! This Pavlovitz guy sounds like a huge douchebag. Way to shout the quiet part from the rooftops. They've seen the changing demographics. These dying white dinosaurs see the asteroid of humanity's evolution. We must be the ones to end them. All right, guy. I see you. Very on the nose there, eh? They've witnessed the wild swings in the state and local elections away from them and their draconian fever dreams. And they see the plummeting approval ratings of a deranged, lame duck president whose narcissism, recklessness, and incompetence are collapsing our economy, terrorizing vulnerable people, alienating our allies, and throwing the entire planet into chaos. These dying white dinosaurs see the asteroid of humanity's evolution coming for them, and in a naked act of panicked self-preservation, they're firing off one final Hail Mary salvo to try and stave off political extinction. Republicans are furiously dismantling the provisions and protections of the Voting Rights Act for one reason. They assume that white voters will save them. I wonder how this guy would feel if we had aggressively gerrymandered districts for white people. I wonder how he'd feel about that. If they don't want us to be racist, why are they actively making you an uber racist? Be like Jeremy Kaufman. They believe that if they can silence the voices and the votes of black people in this country, okay, I had like a little mark on my screen, so it looked like he spelled black with the number 1 instead of an L. And I was like, what the fuck? Why did he do that? They will be able to drag this nation back to Jim Crow segregation unabated. They are banking on the hypothesis that if they legislate and gerrymander historically racial minorities out of the electoral process, they'll have no remaining obstacles to a pre-civil rights movement United States. It turns out the alleged greatness MAGA has been pining for over the past 10 years is a gated community of ignorant, phobic, white people. I think what's really funny is that all of the people who espouse this kind of bullshit are the ones who live in the gated communities. They might not be the same gated communities that the Boers have to live in with like all the barbed wire and multiple metal electric doors and electric fences and barred doors on their bedrooms. You know, might not be that kind of a gated community, but soon, TM, if they get their way. Ronald Big Don, thank you. You're at the point where you've been American longer than you've been Kenyan. You grew up Christian, speaking English, which definitely helped with cohesion, but the dual experience was like a shield-deflecting leftist propaganda. I can only fucking imagine. Absolutely only imagine. I love watching, like, the shit that Lily Tang Williams says as well, because it's like she literally escaped Maoist China as a teenager. And people are trying to tell her, like, no, you just don't understand. Communism is great, actually. They lose their shit when a Florida governor buses immigrants to their gated community. Yeah, absolutely. Hearing this shit spotted is pissing you off. We stand Lily Tang Williams as a waifu. Yeah, every time I talk about, like, foreign people should not be able to serve as political people in our country here. Like, you should have to be a natural-born American to be an American politician. It's like, I have foreigners who I enjoy their rhetoric as politicians. I love fucking Lily Tang Williams, man. And it would be an absolute shame that under that kind of a law, she wouldn't be able to serve. It would be an absolute shame. But it's like, we have so many duplicitous people that come to America, try to be a part of our government, and then try to sell us out for the good of their own nation instead of being part of the nation that they came to. Don't forget all the HOA Nazis that set rules so everyone conforms and no one has cooler shit than them. Lily Tang Williams has got the heavies, bro. You can't call them cannons. Yeah, that was a major miss to not make it at all levels of the government, not just the presidential seat. You know, I mean, our forefathers probably could not have fathomed the level of delinquency that has been allowed in current year. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. I hope they see this. I want him to make it into ally heaven. Bahamut, thank you. Another rhubarb that capitalizes black and not white because they hate white people. I'm tired, boss. I mean, he's literally, like, cheering for white people becoming extinct. Are you really surprised that that kind of a person wouldn't capitalize white but capitalize black? Hey, you'll take Lily over Omar any day. Can we just clone her? Lily Tang Williams does got them cannons, though. She probably shoots them at North Korea and China. And there was a super cute video of her, like, making some kind of stew recently. Oh, fuck, I gotta go find it now. Because she said something really funny in it, and I was like, oh my god, I kind of want this in meme form now. Man's politics are just cuck humiliation porn abstracted. Yeah, it's this one! Ein Moment. Be more surprised if the guy just kept both in lowercase. I don't even uppercase American or Japanese half the time. I just lowercase everything. It's just how I type.
Today is International Neighbor Day.
Oh, hold on. The volume. I like how the fucking thing in the bottom. Happy May Day. Socialism still sucks, by the way.
Today is International Neighbor Day. Also, May Day, we used to celebrate that in communist China with empty stomach. I'm a worker's daughter, but I was always hungry on food rationing coupons. Tonight, I'm going to cook a vegetable and a pork. In a free country, we can eat whatever we want.
That's what it was. I thought about the gas station guy who says, with a car, you can go anywhere. And she says it with the same fucking inflection. In a free country, you can eat anything you want. I was like, oh my god, she did the thing.
Tonight, I'm going to cook a vegetable and a pork. In a free country, we can eat whatever we want.
I fucking love it.
Capitalism is best to prosperity. Socialism sucks. But real capitalism, so all workers' children have a shot to their American dream.
True.
Today is international.
True and real. Love this lady. It's Hassan's sworn enemy, someone who actually lived under communism. True. That's a based China waifu. No Fang Fang. In a free country, a married man can be an architect. In a free country, a man can raise animals and grow his own vegetables in order to be a feeder for his beautiful wife. Capitalism is the best. Suck it, commie filth. She can't go back to China. I don't think she'd want to go back to China, brother man. What? Adorable Chinese auntie. Phoenix DS, thank you. Due to recruiting shortfalls, the Canadian government opened up recruiting to newly minted Canadians of less than 3 months. No English skills, insubordinate to female superiors, and have devolved into ethnic infighting. Wow, I'm so shocked. Thanks, Chinada. Gabriel, thank you for the huffs. It's crazy to see the USA moving towards communism as a Hungarian post-communist. Like, people can't seem to learn from other people's mistakes. I kind of want to know, right? Since you're a Hungarian man, I've talked about like Viktor Orban a little bit in the past because during COVID, he gave himself like basically dictatorial powers. And then after he like, I guess, stabilized things enough during COVID, he was like, yeah, okay, I don't need this anymore. Let's just go back to our parliamentary stuff. Let's get our checks and balances back in here. And then like, I guess he got voted out recently. And I don't know much about Hungary, obviously. I don't live there. I just get hungry sometimes, you know, but so I don't know. Are people in Hungary like happy that he got voted out? Do they like want the guy that replaced him, or is this some sort of like the globalists have now co-opted the hungry country? Alif Kakistan has been spamming Twitch with military ads. Suddenly the ads are all white men again. You'd never fight for Carney and Trudeau. You'll go to prison if they start a draft, you know? In the 20s, a lot of Marxists were moving from Europe to the United States, and then after World War II, some of them and their disciples started making things worse. Yeah, pretty much. Orban was the type of leader who was fat when everybody was starving. Hungarian people not living in Hungary are what? Am I familiar with Yeonmi Park? She's basically Lily Tang Williams, but if you replace China with North Korea. Maybe? I know that there was like a North Korea escapee that was talking about stuff, but then there was also a lady who like completely fabricated her escape from North Korea. Orban was a neocon Zionist. The new guy is a globalist. That seems like you just traded different globalists. Just know Hungry right now, you're gonna eat mac and cheese. Ooh, mac and cheese hits so fucking hard when you're high. Yeonmi Park also has giant cans! Anthony, thank you. Jim Crow, you mean the laws made and enforced by the Democrats? Bren Hydra, thank you. Before you ask, yes, he is. Yes, he is doing the exact meme. You don't need to look it up. He should have to live in his ideal society. Sans white people, you know? Sorry, you're thinking of Yeonmi Park. She's the hot both Korean lady. By both, I think you mean North. Serious question. Ketchup on mac and cheese. If the mac and cheese is not cheesy enough, like if you eat it and it has like a little bit of cheesy flavor, but it's very subdued, ketchup. If the mac and cheese is correctly made and it's cheesy as fuck, do not put ketchup on it because it is already peak. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. I already read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. I'm caught up over there. Scrolling back down. Mr. Noobed, thank you. My butter dog is too buttery. Battery. God, I love that game. Your stepbrother has family in Hungary. Apparently, it was a Soros-funded takeover that used people against Orban. So, OCAT to worst. Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know much, obviously, about like the political stuff going on in Hungary. I can only like understand what I read in the news. So I was like, I would have liked like a perspective of like Hungarian people and how they feel about that, you know? Is a man not entitled to fatten up his wife? No, says the man in Washington. That food belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican. It's a fetish and ungodly. No, says the man in Moscow. No one gets food. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose architecture. Thank you, Pierce Brosnan. Your wife is lovely. Did I see the Great Mac and Cheese caper recently? I do have a tab for that. I do indeed. Finishing this fucking horrific thing. I don't feel like doing the voice anymore, so I'm just gonna get through it. The Republican Party is going all in on the assumption that people who share their pigmentation also share their corroded hearts, that we will amen their repulsive aspirations and co-sign their depraved delusions. You see, I also don't understand this, because I have never seen a single Republican doing anything for, like, white people specifically. It's all about American. And it's like, not only white people are now native-born Americans. Like, I don't know what you mean by, like, are we advocating for, like, sending them back? Like, what is this? How does one amen to something? Can I get an amen? Like that, you know? Infernal Saxon, thank you. Mac and cheese, add oregano flakes and Parmesan. Yeah, that shit slaps, dude. Fair enough. And we're going to have to be the ones to reclaim this nation for the disparate multitude it was always supposed to belong to. The fuck does he mean by that? What the fuck? Okay, like, by that logic, literally none of you belong here. Like, it was the Native Americans, and then we conquered. We, meaning the Europeans, the British settlers, the Spanish settlers, right? They came, they conquered, they set up civilizations. What are you talking about? Adam Holtz, thank you. You hope Lily Tang Williams wins election to the U.S. House of Reps this year? I also hope. This existential crisis facing us is not a black problem or a Latino problem or a brown-skinned immigrant problem. This is a decent white people who are sick to their fucking stomachs of white racists problem. I don't like drinking, and I feel like I need a drink after that, man. Like, what is this guy smoking? The rights of people of color must be the hill we take and are willing to die on, lest our fragile, imperiled republic dies instead. I don't understand how that correlates, right? Like, for just a moment, let us engage in a hypothetical, all right? Let us engage in the hypothetical scenario that Republicans are, in fact, running on a platform of black people no longer get to vote. They want to strip the rights from black people wholesale. Now, if we lived in that hypothetical reality, black people are only 13% of the population. If 13% of the population had their voting rights completely removed, the republic would not die. That would just not happen. Like, it would be bad to just remove the voting rights from an entire block of people, but the republic would not die. This guy is fucking crazy. This delusion is so much more dangerous than people on the right are willing to accept. This is not harmless stupidity. It is not. This is absolutely not harmless stupidity. This is a man saying exactly what the majority of people on the left want at this moment. This is the mainstream left. This is not niche. This is not radical. This is not a small portion. This is not a loud but small minority. This is the mainstream opinion. If 13% just so happen to commit the majority of crimes, wait, hold on, that's not the hypothetical I was talking about. Would it be bad though? Women are a block of people. What if we just moved blocks of people elsewhere? These unapologetically racist machinations and shameful civil rights regressions authored by our low melanin brethren. This guy's just inventing new ways to disparage white people. That's crazy. That's funny. Civil rights regressions authored by our low melanin brethren, as alarming as they are an invitation to the rest of us. We have a golden moment to declare our conscientious objections to their uncivil war on people of color, to forcefully and permanently bend the arc of the moral universe towards justice, and to send these sneering supremacists back to the hell that they came from, once and for all. Now, I have a two-pronged question here. Why does this guy assume that America belongs to the minorities? First question. Second question, if we are a supremacist country, as you believe that we are, why would they want to be here? If we are a white supremacist country, why do all the brown people want to come here? If we were sufficiently white supremacist, would the brown people not just avoid coming here? Because if we were a white supremacist country and brown people came here, wouldn't they just get killed? Wouldn't they just get captured and either, like, killed or spirited away somewhere? Like, what are we talking about? Guess the editor said he couldn't use anti-white slurs. They have a fetish like the brown boy. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And like, what? Send the sneering supremacists back to the hell that they came from. So you're not sending us anywhere? Because first of all, one, not supremacists. This is like when all of the leftists freaked out on Twitter and they were like, oh my God, I hope it happens to you what you want to happen to immigrants. And it's like, yeah, we just want them to go home. So thank you. Thank you for wanting me to get home safely? Question mark. If this was Twitter, you'd tell me to check the location on his profile. Sounds like he has his own chair in the bedroom corner. Fucking probably, dude. What the fuck? Zim the Despo, thank you. Your response to the dumb article, do not lump my ancestors in with the migrants of today. They came to an untamed wilderness and brought civilization. They did not come to a post-industrial society to leech off of welfare. That is a very good response to the, like, nation of immigrants nonsense the left keeps trying to say. The only supremacy is American supremacy. We need an eagle screeching sound effect. Cladex, thank you. As a non-white, this guy sounds extremely racist. It does sound extremely racist. To, like, everyone. It sounds worse racist to white people because he literally wants to exterminate white people. But it also sounds racist to everyone else. Where it's just like, oh, you can't do your own shit. So, like, everything the white people built belongs to you. And if they complain, well, they're just supremacists, you know? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, guy? That screeching sound is actually a red-tailed hawk? What? And this all must be done now. We cannot squander time navel-gazing, engaging in prolonged lamentations, or trying to predict how bad things will get. We need to throw ourselves into the trenches of local politics. We need to leverage our social circles, economic resources, and social media platforms to denounce white Christian nationalism. And perhaps, most importantly, we need to get into the faces of the white people in our orbit and let them know that these are the moments to declare who they truly are. This guy just sounds unhinged. Like, I understand it's not, again, he's not an idiot. This isn't retardation. This is malicious, purposeful direction. And it's horrifying to read that there are people who actually believe this shit. Like, I just wanna like, where's the sentence here? This existential crisis facing us is not a white problem, or a Latino problem, or an American problem in general. This is a black people who are sick to their fucking stomachs of other black racist problem. The rights of white people must be the hill we take and are willing to die on, lest our fragile, imperiled republic dies instead. I wonder if somebody had written this that way, how many people on the left would, like, just freak the fuck out and call it a supremacist diatribe. She just wants to glow. It's so hard to not glow. Like, you have absolutely no idea. Absolutely no idea how hard it is to not glow. Man. What fucking rights? We cannot profess to be anti-racist. Friendly reminder that anti-racist is not actually not racist. Anti-racist is be racist to the correct people. And be silent right now. We either need to find and raise our voices in opposition or admit that we really aren't all that interested in equality, that our activism has been performative, that our convictions aren't worth much to us. Because there will be costs to this work, white friends. We will face separations in our families, disruptions to our social circles, disconnections from our church friends, and relational turbulence we've never experienced. Yeah, that's usually the reaction of people when you ask them to join in a suicide pact. More normal people would be like, yeah, no, I kind of like living, actually. There will be financial repercussions, the loss of opportunities, and the disillusion of partnerships. You mean what the left has been using to terrorize the right for over a decade now? What are you fucking talking about? We may face the emotional and perhaps even physical violence of people who look like us, but bear no internal resemblance. We may bear no internal Bro, what? Bro, it's the white fucking lefties who have been perpetrating all of this violence. What do you mean? They are the ones who claim to have empathy while lacking in all of it and perpetrating like fucking crazy violent crimes. What is this guy talking about? We even found out that the left had been funding the quote-unquote far-right terrorism. The left had been sending money to the Nazi Party of America. The left was sending money to fucking the KKK, bro. The left funded the Charlottesville rally. What are you talking about? The guys that shot that dude in the Minnesota ICE protest were Latino. Checkmate! It's just like confounding because I want to live in reality. I want to operate on fact, but you can't. You cannot because these people are so emotional. They see a fact and they just twist it to fit themselves. It's illogical and it's maddening. This is pure propaganda, disgusting. Like in a sane society, this would be treated as a manifesto and this guy would be arrested. We're going to lose something as we confront the racists around us, but it's a hell of a lot better than losing our democracy or our souls. What? He like gets more crazy as I keep going. We're going to lose something as we confront the racists around us, but it's a hell of a lot better than losing our democracy or our souls. The Republican Party believes that other white people will save them. Instead, we must be the ones to defeat and destroy them. The Beautiful Mess by John Pavlovitz is a reader-supported publication. To receive new posts, no. No, dude. Thank you so much. I am a mobility-impaired elder white woman who is committed to doing what I can to stop the many horrors of this quote-unquote regime. It is not an administration. Thank you for highlighting the importance of doing this for the sake of our fellow humans, including us white folk. Next, the environment, and along the way, repairing the system that has allowed this. I just do not understand. How has it become okay to, like, advocate for getting rid of white people? And why are there people who are like, hello, fellow white people, I need you to kill yourselves, okay? I need you to sacrifice yourself and your children on this altar here. Don't think about it. Don't worry, just do it. If I speak, the eternal boomer. And it's like, I'm glad that this guy got rightfully fucking dogged on by fucking everyone. Thank you for finally admitting you want to end white people. Your logic is statistically flawed, but facts never get in the way of a good story. The people you're threatening with extinction should respond proportionally. Which is, if someone is threatening you with killing you, yes, it should have a proportionate response, not a, well, I could respond, but someone said a mean joke in a group chat, and so that's what I should focus on. When we win, do not forget these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. I don't really care what you think of Sam Hyde as an individual. This quote is forever accurate. Man, just read that back to yourself and spend some time reflecting on why white people, especially those of us with children, might see you as a mortal enemy. True. You're right about it being an asteroid. We've arrived. True. It's not happening. The Great Replacement Theory is not real. It's just not a thing. What are you talking about? Actually, the Great Replacement Theory is a right-wing conspiracy theory. Well, it might be happening, but it's still a conspiracy theory that we can get people fired from their jobs for. Actually, it is happening, and it's a good thing, and you need to participate as a fellow white person. It's crazy. It's crazy how many politicians, like, again, Keir Starmer, Hillary Clinton have come out and said these things. Now we're getting people ever so bold being like, yeah, it's time to suicide pack it up. Okay, Mr. Kalergi, please face the wall now. You are an evil, racist, hate-filled piece of shit. You want us to prove to you that we're not racist. That was a poor street. You're really showing everyone what you are. No wonder anti-Semitism is becoming more and more widespread. Holy shit. Wow, how very genocidal of you. Man. Translation, racial districting is good because it benefits Democrats. Racism 101. To any white person who's reading this and falling for the guilt BS, you have nothing to prove, and people like this hate you. Fuck them. Yes. That's a true picture. That's a very true picture. Commies are nothing if not genocidal. Yep. Gabriel, thank you for more huffs. Orban is loved by the old people because he was a good change against the previous system. Liberals and young people support the new prime minister. Well, if liberals support him, that means he's bad, right? Cladex, thank you. As a I already read that. Thank you again. Dreadhe, thank you. The right wing is obsessed with color and want to take rights away from other colors. Quoted by the leftist that yells at me, the black man of American origin who wasn't too stupid to get his ID. Well, we've just added another black face of white supremacy, haven't we? How dare you get an ID? Don't fuck them. Is that what happened to iDubbbz? Oh my god. I'm gonna let Kirsche finish, but I just need to say Eren Yeager did nothing wrong. I never watched the final season, so I don't know what he may or may not have done wrong. You like Hillary Clinton? Anytime you have a hard time figuring out which side of an issue I should agree with, you just listen to her and take the opposite opinion. K-boy, thank you. This should be taken as a reminder that the more we gain ground, the crazier these people will act. Oh, absolutely. They are going to lash out as they feel the power being taken away from them. And it fucking sucks, dude. That was the most Reddit candy-ass LARP you've ever heard. Unfortunately, not a LARP, though. Unfortunately, these are the people we live around. Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. Is this guy aware that he's basically saying we need absolute power now, or they might start doing to us what we've been doing to them? Because that's what he's saying. I don't think he realizes that's what he's saying. So excited for Animal Farm. Nostalgia Critic called it the worst movie of the year. I am upset that, like, the anti-commie movie is no longer anti-commie. Furious Dan, thank you. Reverse racism isn't real. Now let me tell you all about anti-racism, where I blame white people for all of my problems. Man, whenever anti-racism gets brought up, I just think about... I think about these series of commercials from Cartoon Network, because they always have to target the kids in order to have propaganda work efficiently.
Hey there, guitar heads. Just dropped my friends off for a gig. For today's lesson...
Cheese it, Greg! Let's get out of here! Oh, why did we do this?
What? The anti-racism shorts?
We're not human, so who are we to speak for human people of color?
Well, yeah, you can't do that, but you can speak for yourselves. You're allies.
Allies?
Explain.
Well, anyone can be anti-racist. It can't only be up to marginalized people to speak out. That would be totally unfair. Besides, the camera loves you guys.
Yes, my performance was flawless, but I see possible futures where we've made humans uncomfortable.
And this has nothing to do with us.
But it does. I used to think racism
Why is this white guy mansplaining to them?
It wasn't hurting me. But every time I didn't fight it, I let systemic racism continue. And sure, talking about this stuff means you might mess up. But you can learn and you can care. And I know you care. You're the crystal gems.
But how are these shorts gonna fix anything?
Well, being an ally is bigger than just one gig. It's about seeing your place in the problem. If you speak up, maybe people will follow your lead and be able to change the whole racist system. Maybe these shorts can't make a difference, but allies can.
Yes, There are so many futures where systems change.
See? We should have made a short about allyship.
Greg, let's use this video as one of the shorts.
What, me? But I'm just Guitar Dad. I wasn't trying to... Okay, fine. But I want a producer credit.
It's so funny how he's like preaching to them and they're like, okay, well, how about you do something about it? And he's like, well, I don't, well, maybe if you give me credit for it, I'll do something. Fun fuck, they're gems, meaning crystal structures. That guitar in the guy's hand is basically a lethal weapon against them. Oh? This is gayer than the South Park grab-ass episode or the End of the Future Immigrants episode. Cartoon character agrees with me. Child, you've lost! Sonic Extreme, thank you. You feel your body fading? The cringe is too much. Zim the Despo, thank you. Good lord, the Steven Universe short reeks of AIDS. I mean, yeah, to us, who are both adults and engaged politically, we know this is both bullshit and it's also incredibly cringe. But think about, this is on Cartoon Network. Think about the children watching Cartoon Network and watching this and being like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm a good person if I stand up for people who are facing bullying and being mean to having people be mean to them. I fucked up my English. I got AIDS from watching that. They don't know any better. Exactly. Yeah, this is how propaganda works. It targets the younger generations. And then there's this one that also reminds me of the like, Jessica's nothing like you. She's black.
Colorblindness is our game because everyone's the same. Everybody join our circle. Doesn't matter if you're white or black or purple. What the? Whoa. Hold up a minute here. Ugh, who wrote this? I think it kind of does matter that I'm purple. I mean, I'm purple because I'm literally an alien.
Well, I'm not an alien, but it definitely matters to me that I'm black. Yeah, it makes a difference that I'm white. I know the two of us get treated very differently.
I just think it's messed up to compare me being an alien to you two being different races. You're both human. You're totally biologically the same. Adding purple people into a lesson about human racism makes no sense.
Yeah, that is pretty weird. I think people like the black, white, or purple thing because adding a fantasy race in there helps distract from the actual racism black people have to deal with. Right. My experience with anti-black racism is really specific.
What fucking toddler is experiencing anti-black racism? Let's just take a moment here. Kids do not talk like this.
Other people of color...
It was anti-black racism when little Timmy wouldn't give me his lunch, bro.
Experience other forms of racism too, but you won't see any of that if you don't see color.
Dude, so this entire public service announcement could be a ploy to avoid talking about racism altogether. Hey,
Yeah, it's definitely a ploy to avoid talking about racism despite the fact that none of us can fucking escape it because you people are obsessed with race.
Can we get a rewrite where we appreciate each other without erasing what makes each of us different?
Okay, but it's gonna add a couple hours to the shoot.
I can make it work. Open.
You were rolling just now, weren't you? Can't we just slap some graphics on this and call it a day?
What the fuck? Don't be colorblind. Fine, have it your way. Wasn't there... Hold on a sec. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, no. It was... Oh, that's this year. What the fuck? Harvard Education Press? Well, I'm gonna open that. That's not what I was expecting to find. I can't find it in a cursory Google search, but back when, I think it was, oh god, Berkeley was it Berkeley that had the, like, no white people allowed at school today, thing, and then a professor was, like, reprimanded over not liking the no white people allowed thing? Like, when they were having, like, the Evergreen, thank you, Evergreen College did the no white people allowed for a day. And, there were other colleges making, like, segregated spaces, and we had those videos of, like, there were 2 white guys, like, studying in a library, and then they got harassed by a bunch of black women because apparently that was, like, a black-only space and they weren't supposed to be there. When we had all that craziness going on, there was a college that had a paper put out saying that white people need to experience a racial awakening so that we can have a actual, like, anti-racist society. And I was like, I don't know if that's exactly the wording you would like to use. If they want their own spaces, you don't think the racial awakening will go how they want it to. I was just like, that's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. And then, what is this video? What's this? What's this? Sonic Extreme, thank you. I feel my body fading. The cringe is too much. Oh, this was 5 months ago. I never even heard of this one. Sonic Extreme, thank you. You know, back in the day, we had Cartoon Network City, where Samurai Jack would be in the same room as Johnny Bravo. Now the kids have this. What a shame, yeah. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Rebecca Sugar, the Steven Universe creator, had credible allegations of doing inappropriate things with minors, and for characters to fuse, they do blatantly dirty dances. Yeah, we should listen to her. I vaguely remember the Rebecca Sugar controversies. Zim the Despo, thank you. Look up Venture Brothers clip of we need more women in positions of power, and more people of color, and more people of color. It's a funny joke. Smug Go At, thank you. This is funny because the rock aliens had a caste system in the show and wanted to wipe out humanity. Oh, so they're just like Indians then? Pakistani National, thank you. Just found out that Anata, the anime GTA, was censored for a modern audience. I'm not surprised, unfortunately. Andrew Thorsten, thank you. You were sending people pics of DSP shaking hands with the devil yesterday and asking if that was Karl Marx. I'm sorry, what? What? I don't know what that is. Rebecca Sugar stalked little boys and very publicly called herself a pedo. Yeah, let's wait, did she actually? What the fuck? What the fuck? This video was in the search that I did. Liberal University torched for warning on whiteness pandemic 5 months ago? I don't remember this.
Speaking of never heard of, the University of Minnesota's Child Development Program is warning about a whiteness pandemic. And offering
of course
advice
it's in Minnesota.
On how to reverse it. But first, obviously,
that's a crazy thing to come out of Minnesota while it is literally drowning in Somalian fraud. Yeah, the Somalians are stealing from absolutely everyone, but whiteness is the real problem.
What is a whiteness pandemic? Well, a page on the university's website says whiteness refers to culture, not biology. The centuries-old culture of whiteness features colorblindness, passivity, and white fragility, which are all covert expressions of racism common in the United States.
So instead of being colorblind, we should actually advocate for a cohesive racial identity like all the other racial groups? Is that what you want us to do?
The webpage then offers steps for how to halt and reverse the whiteness pandemic. Explaining this, if you were socialized into the culture of whiteness during childhood, oh, not to worry, it's not your fault. But as an adult, it is now your responsibility to self-reflect, re-educate yourself, and act.
Being nice to people regardless of race is a white thing. I mean, yeah. Don't you want to participate in is that culture instead? Just scam everyone.
A University of Minnesota spokesperson told Fox News Digital in a statement that the school is, quote, steadfast in its commitment to the principles of academic freedom. Joe Concha, I see that as we provide a place where any extreme viewpoint will in fact be offered, but not offering an association with that viewpoint.
Well
what say
said.
you?
Who wrote that?
So hold on a minute. If I was a student at this university and I saw this re-education call to get rid of color blindness, I would be like, okay, so if you're telling me that radical ideas can be proposed and talked about here, how about I propose a white racial identity. How about I propose the opposite of what you guys are asking for here? What if we have the opposite radicalness? What if we do that? I would like to see the reaction. I wonder if they would allow that. The Rebecca Sugar thing is a mistaken identity. It was another cartoon creator, Julia Vickerman, who stalked the preteen boys. She made 12 forever. Rebecca Sugar did make Ed, Edd and Eddie Yowie, though. What? That's weird. Emily Campano has beautiful hair.
Joy Reid. I mean, where did this come? It's so racist. It's insane.
It is. It really is.
It sounds like a disease that's in search of a cure. And apparently the only way to do that is to...
That's true. White people are a disease, and the only cure is more migration.
Re-educate yourself by joining, according to the website, Black Lives Matter, which is only one of the corrupt organizations.
Oh my god, dude, there's no way. It's like, prove you're not a racist white person by giving money to this corrupt organization. You're a racist if you're white and you don't buy black people mansions. Holy shit, dude. Rub-a-dub, my donkey man, thank you for the 39 months of tier 3. Thank you.
Around. So it's not a surprise this is happening in Minnesota, though. This is the same place where you could go into my son's 4th grade bathroom in an elementary school.
I'm not even white and I'm offended for y'all.
For you these days.
Oh my goodness. Whenever the stories get all like mealy-mouthed, I know exactly what it's all about. Because whenever you can't really understand this vague verbiage, you know that it's just fluff rather than rooted in reality.
Yeah, well,
even if it's fluff and not rooted in reality, it is what these people genuinely believe, and they are working towards a way to get rid of you, which is the problem. It's not just, oh, point, haha, they're retarded. They're actively motivated to do something about this.
Joe's right. I mean, it is blatantly racist, and it's not enough for the school to come out or the program to say, well, it's rooted in culture and not in biology. No, that's not going to cut it, because imagine that these comments, these statements were made about literally any other race in the United States. This is only acceptable.
Hold on a second. All right, sorry. I had to answer something really quick. Kirsche making her BLM donation, as you do.
To say about white people. That's the fact here. And quite frankly, this should result in a civil rights investigation from the Trump department, from the Trump Justice Department.
You would think so, but this was 5 months ago. Like, maybe I covered this, but I certainly don't remember it.
This is a school that received $600 million in federal grants just last year. Wow. Why are we, the American taxpayer, funding programs like this? That's my question. So I would like to see the Justice Department get serious about rooting out these sorts of ideologies from American taxpayer-funded universities.
Yeah, because rhetoric matters, Carly. So them just saying, oh, it's not about biology, we mean it's this cultural thing to try to distance themselves what is blatantly hate language, hate directed at an entire group of people won't cut it. It certainly won't pass legal muster.
Yeah, and if I read the story and didn't know what university it came from, I probably would have guessed University of Minnesota.
Or Oregon.
Yeah, right, exactly. Going back to the previous topic, Oregon as well, a state where the governor is somebody who...
Minnesota has a new AG, so maybe we'll see something. That's, I hope, really good for you guys. I hope the new AG is actually a good sign. Did you get married yet? No, I have not. Hello, Sock Cap. It's been fucking ages. What the hell? Hello, Sock Man. Now that Bondi's gone, hopefully something gets done, but who knows? I mean, it feels like stuff's been getting done since they finally got rid of fucking Bondi, but you know.
Who famously said, one man's socialism is another man's neighborliness. So stay liberal with a capital L, or I guess S for socialism. You know, this is also, though, good news is that people do have choices when it comes to where they go to college, and it's why so many kids are now going to Southern schools, because they don't want to deal with this anymore. I am a little bit surprised about the lean-in still to the identity politics situation. You would think that most people of this political persuasion would have thought when they saw the results of the 2024 presidential election that that was a denial of that type of thinking. But in many instances, including the mayor of Seattle who just won, they're leaning.
I was going to say, why would they think that it's a denial of their worldview? They see it as people who are against them. They don't see it as people denied the talking points they have. They see it as people just don't understand what we're doing is for their own good. You gotta hide the DEI vegetables, you know? Ikran Nate, thank you for that 6 months of gift sub to Sock Cap, dude. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. You got any jobs open? You're having bad luck. I don't have jobs. What do you mean? A few days ago, Nick Shirley was posting about the FBI raiding the Leering Center. Yeah, we did see that. It took like 6 months, but, you know, we got there. Gabriel, thank you for the huffs. They put up a Black Lives Matter statue in Hungary during that time, and it was torn down by the next day. Good, based Hungary. You just got fired, so you'll do plumbing for food. Oh my god. Plumbing sounds like fun, though. Hayden Wayne, thank you. Various groups of white people have done the race identity thing throughout various times in the past. It always went a little further than other people's race identity thing. They probably shouldn't encourage that again. You know? What the fuck, Lala, thank you. Robin D'Angelo, who coined white fragility, thinks white people are born to dislike other folks who don't look like them. You've read her crappy books. I think reading her books would be fascinating, but then also I would have to read her books. Dude in chat asking to clean Kirsche's pipes. No, that's not a job. That's for when I have a loving himbo who can fan me by the pool. Spoken like someone who has never had to do plumbing stuff. I just get to go, yay, the toilet works. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. You prowl the streets at night looking for people to transform them into were-whites. Your plan cannot be stopped. Oh no, that's what happened to Michael Jackson. When are we getting married? I thought you already were married, Sawcap. What the fuck do you mean? I thought you were working in like the water treatment plant and you had a waifu. Okay, you love were-whites. Were-whites is a fun word. Yakub's strongest soldier. Were-whites don't bite people. Just slap them with job applications. Rabata Chud, thank you. You spent the day working at a commencement ceremony. Never before have you felt like such a minority in your own country. A speck of white and a sea of brown. A very real reminder that we're a global minority. Somebody was posting, like, archival footage on Twitter. And I was like, damn, the 80s were wild. That's not even that long ago. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Whiteness pandemic, it's raising credit scores and property values while lowering noise pollution and violent crimes. Oh my goodness. Prof Neko, thank you. Can we go back to the old days of the internet when it was all silly cat pictures with captions and shouting, I just lost the game? Please, I would love to bring back that level of cringe. Can we have that internet again, actually? So that's what Thriller is about. What the fuck, Lala, thank you. I'll give you my audiobooks of her for free, so you don't have to give her hateful mind money. You just tell me how you can share the cursed info. Audiobooks? I don't know if I could listen to that. I think I read faster than an audiobook. Plus 9,000 internets, pools closed due to AIDS.
Into it even more.
Yeah, Julie, remember during the height of sort of 2020 and that whole portion when people were paying other people to educate them and to re-educate them and to integrate them and do all those things that this thing was explaining, saying like, you know, how I need to essentially buy tools of how to comport with this very damaging ideology that essentially says no matter what you do, simply by existing, you are part of the problem. What's going on with schools?
I mean, it's the liberalism which exists in schools, which is basically making people apologize for being born the way they were.
Like, I know this is Fox, but it's still jarring to me to hear people, like, be somewhat truthful on a mainstream media platform.
I mean, God forbid that you're born one gender. God forbid that you're born white. I mean, the fact that on the website it says if you were socialized into the culture of whiteness during childhood, it is not your fault. Wait, I'm sorry, what? So you're telling white people that it's your fault or it's not your fault for being born white. You can
Well,
fix
yeah,
that.
white
And
people
then
have
black
original
lives-
sin, obviously. Your left genes and my right genes can make an enlightened centrist baby. Also, you're Mormon? Does that mean you practice soaking? Once again, I thought you had a wife already, Sock Man. I don't know what's going on here. Your university had something similar a while ago. The socialists on campus were actively advocating for eradication of whiteness. It's appalling. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird when the Smithsonian purports that, like, white culture is basically being a decent person, because I would very much argue against that. It's crazy the things that the Smithsonian said were white culture that needs to be fixed and changed. And it's wild when these people are like, yeah, whiteness is an original sin that needs to be gotten rid of. Whiteness pandemic. What do you do with a harmful pandemic? You attempt to eradicate it, end whiteness. They're literally calling for the genocide of a global minority. And they, like, subversively word salad it to be like, no, no, no. We don't want to kill the white people. We just want to kill whiteness, the culture, the idea. It's like, no, you're not getting away with that one. Fucking commie bullshit. Psycho, thank you. You just found out today is National EOD Day at the bar from a guy who does EOD. Explains why he was emotional. Rip to all those people lost. Yeah, so you say EOD. I'm bad at acronyms, and I just see, like, Edge of Darkness. This guy is a Tarkov player. Why does that make him sad? I mean, I guess, yeah, rip to all the people lost in Edge of Darkness edition when they came out with a new one that's, like, over $200, maybe. I hear thinking is white and therefore bad. EODs are the guys who specialize in explosive disposal in the military. Thank you. I had no idea. I had no idea what he was talking about. Thank you. Oh, no, that's IED, right? IED is the other, okay. EOD and IOD. I'm really bad at acronyms, chat, please. Bro probably lost a buddy. Feels bad for that, dude. Feels fucking bad. That is a big rip. EOD stops the IED. Blessed finding men. You call EOD if you find an IED. Jesus Christ. All these I could never be in the military, dude. Not even just for, like, the physical fitness or, like, the stress, the mental compartmentalization. But, like, they would be shouting all of the, like, the code lingo at me, and I'd be like, I don't know what it means. I don't remember. Get the hang of it after a while. IED is bad. EOD stops that, and IUD is something else entirely. Yeah, sometimes I get IED and IUD confused because my brain is soup. What the fuck, Lala? Thank you again. Advanticure Canty, thank you. Marry me, Foxton Tea Party. You can't just ask that. And Ehef, thank you. The Werewhites clan has an alpha, or others would say a farther. No. Hear me out. VTubers go through boot camp. Jesus. Don't worry, most people in the military don't know what the acronyms mean. They just use them. IUD in the streets, IED in the sheets. Hold on, wait a minute. Help, it won't play. There we go.
I mean, I'm so glad you brought that up. Is such a corrupt organization. They are behind so much crime in this country and so much unrest. And you're telling me that's the way to go? That's the positive influence that we want to teach our youth? Because this is where you're seeing it in universities and colleges and teachers teaching your friend's child that she is a they.
It's because of the communists, man. The long march through the institutions. They're not teaching critical thinking. They are indoctrinating the children in every generation.
I mean, it's insanity that the education system has this much power. And I do believe that the Trump administration should absolutely look into it.
Well, and one quick point with this program, it's not just geared towards college students, it's geared toward young children. Going off of one of our previous segments, it's geared towards parents of young children in order to help those children, quote unquote, develop a healthy white racial identity, which apparently the only healthy identity, according to this program, is one that hates yourself for simply being born white. That's incredibly toxic, and yet that's what the left wants to push on young children.
Ugh, frightening.
Well, it's like if you have the children growing up hating themselves and not knowing what their history is and then hating everyone else that looks like them, you have a pretty good subservient tool.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me.
Oh, okay, this is like an ending thing. Hello, thank you, Emily. Thank you, Emily. That's fucking crazy. I don't remember ever seeing that. That's 5 months ago. Crazy. Crazy. Your buddy used to be in the infantry. He can strap me to his back and carry me 15 miles. I mean, I guess that would be helpful if I, like, break my leg while we're hiking. That's the kind of shit done to indigenous people in Canada and Australia. What the heck? Why? You're a subservient tool. Pyrrhia, thank you. IED equals intrauterine explosive device. What is an intrauterine? Phoenix DS, thank you. Chat throwing acronyms at Foxu, turning her head to butter, pretty much. That's the kind of shit done. I already read that. They need to leave the children alone. Same. Like, why? You like how white culture is a cryptid? First it didn't exist, and now they're like, we must kill it! It's always the same graphic. I don't know what the fuck this is, but this is a recent article that popped up when I was trying to find that old thing. Disrupting the empty vessel hypothesis in higher education. White college students actually know a lot about race. March 27th, 2026. What? Each year, 15 to 20 million students enroll in post-secondary education in the US. Popular images of college life feature extracurricular experiences like residence halls, athletic events, Greek life, as much, if not more, than students' time in class. Further, many college students expect to encounter a degree of diversity unlike that in their hometowns and high schools. College campuses promise to function as new and uniquely diverse environments that students have not encountered before and are unlikely to experience otherwise. What? I mean, like, yeah, if you're, like, from any kind of small town, going to a college in a big city is going to be a massive cultural change. And white folks know things and aren't just NPCs. Umbrella Days, thank you for the haha, subservient tool. I'm an adult, I swear. Look, it's a fun phrase, all right? That's why you don't go outside. There's retards and possible landmines. True, it's safe in your house. Until the Kirsche gets in your walls. Further, many college students, I read that part, college campuses promise to function as new and uniquely diverse environments that students have not encountered before and are unlikely to experience otherwise. In our careers as scholars of higher education, we have often heard educators make the following claim when discussing the difficulty of engaging white students around race, diversity, and social justice. White students come to college having never thought about race before. We call this way of thinking the empty vessel hypothesis, as educators treat white students as vessels simply awaiting knowledge about race, racism, and the racial world. In our book, Disrupting White Noise, Challenging Beliefs About Race on Campus, we make 3 primary arguments. Before I get to the arguments, what kind of, like, racist brain do you have to think that, oh, these white people are just empty vessels. They've never thought about anything racial before in their lives, and we must teach them this like they are babies. Hide the DEI vegetables, brother. Number 1, white students learn about race in multiple ways via racially segregated communities, schools, peer networks, and more. Students come to college with a lifetime of knowledge about race and the racial world. 2, colleges often function as an extension of, rather than a disruption to, white students' pre-college environments and experiences. Colleges and educators often mistakenly treat white students as empty vessels by assuming they lack knowledge of and awareness of race and the racial world. It's kind of fascinating to, like, read how these people think of white people, I guess. Because it's like, I could not imagine a college professor being like, yes, the black students who come to my school, they are empty vessels. They know nothing, especially about the racial world, and we must teach these black students like they are children who know nothing. I'm like, what the fuck? Integrating a decade of research on white students. We spent the last decade researching whiteness and white students in higher education. Our work has taken us to small Catholic colleges, rural public institutions, and large research universities all across the country. We have interviewed students, staff, and administrators about their experiences, thoughts on diversity and racial justice, and the role of college in fostering diversity. In this time, politics, media, and everyday life are increasingly marked by what Zeus Leonardo calls post-colorblindness, or a marked shift from language that avoided discussing racial identity and race to explicit discussions of race and racial identity. Notable examples include explicitly white supremacist rallies in places like Charlottesville, that was funded by the left, by the way, anti-immigrant rhetoric, and raids demonizing primarily Muslim, black, and brown people, the increased visibility of Black Lives Matter organizing, and the following backlash against diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Our book uniquely captures this moment from different campuses and perspectives. I like how their conclusion wasn't that white people have racial experiences and also experience racial discrimination in their lives. Their takeaway was white people are just inherently racist. I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked. Also, the anti-immigrant rhetoric and raids demonizing Muslim, black, and brown people. I, for one, support our black and brown ICE agents removing illegals and criminals from our country. Zeus Leonardo, what a fucking boss level name. White students pre-college racial socialization. White students come to college with a lifetime of knowledge about the racial world. Racial segregation continues to define students' neighborhoods and K-12 schools, and teachers, coaches, family members, and faith leaders convey messages about good neighborhoods, schools, and the desirability of various towns, and more. Yet, many white students crave opportunities for open dialogue with adults about race and racism. Take Holly, for example. Holly came of age during the rise of Black Lives Matter and the racial unrest of Ferguson, Missouri. During an interview with Zach, she shared, "Yeah, I'm thinking, even in recent years with the Black Lives Matter protests and stuff, my parents didn't really say anything one way or the other, which I guess I understand why it might be a tricky subject to talk about. But at the same time, it probably would have been nice to have been able to have that dialogue with my parents growing up." This is someone who wants to preach to her parents and they just don't want to deal with it. Blue Sky's skin folk ain't kinfolk reaction to black and Hispanic ICE folks is something to watch. Now what happens when they find out about all the Jews and Asians at DHS? If only we could make copies of Hung Kao and have him hunt down people in ICE. Of course they interview a liberal white woman. G.S. Wolfwood, thank you. Empty vessel? Right. The only thing they'll fill that vessel is the mental equivalent of toxic waste, which proceeds to hurt everyone else it can. True. A-man, thank you. These people called you racist when you went to college and only proved you correct by the time you left. Yeah? Yeah, imagine if they could learn anything. Mildly OCD, thank you. For no particular reason. What is the author's early life? I didn't even look at the author's name. It's written by Lauren N. Irwin and Zach Faust. I don't know who those people are. But this is from Harvard. Bren Hydra, thank you. As one of the few non-white kids in your classes, trust you, they know. The teachers wanted to parade you around as the token minority. Oh god, there was like some fucking picture. I can't remember what it is. There was like a picture of like this one black chick in a like almost fully white school, and they had some white kids on her sides giving her flowers or something, and they were like, this is the celebration of her being black. And I was like, what the fuck am I looking at? I don't know if I could find it. Oh, that's such like a niche photograph, man. Congratulations on being black. No, it doesn't show up in the images here. 4 years ago? 4 years ago seems like it's too recent for the picture I'm thinking of. A viral photo showed two students holding a sign that read, "If I were black, I'd be picking cotton, but I'm white, so I'm picking you for homecoming." What the fuck? Who writes that? That doesn't even sound real, brother man. Is she gonna show her cannons? Her fish head cannons? You know, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. That's only a year ago. No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was like an old fucking 4chan image. There's no way that I'd be able to find that quickly. Like, I could go through my meme folder, but it's a good pickup line. What the fuck? That's an awful reason to pick someone for homecoming. Ivan Vilches, thank you. If you ever get a child, you're seriously considering taking him or her to private school? I've always said, like, even though I no longer practice as a Catholic, I would prefer to send my child to like a Christian or Catholic private school rather than a public school. Homeschooling at this point, I feel like would be the best option, but I would have to live somewhere that has like access to a homeschooling co-op. I don't think I'm smart enough to like teach everything that would be necessary. The Umbrella Days, thank you for the— I already read that. Thank you again. Private schools are captured as well. Some definitely are. That's why I said that homeschooling would be the most preferable. Help. Phoenix DS, thank you. Harvard. Now there's some quality, expensive leering. True. The leering. All right, back to this article then. I couldn't find that picture. Holly's comment represents what we heard from many of the more than 40 white students interviewed. A reluctant acceptance of her parents' racial silence and a recognition that it would have been nice to have more open dialogues about race with her parents. I'm thinking of that comic that was made, like somebody was trying to talk about like, oh, the racial conversation that black parents have to have with their children about how they might just get randomly murdered by police at any point in time in their lives. And then someone made the comic of like a white parent having to talk to their white child about the kind of violence they could face. 40 doesn't seem like an ideal sample size, to be fair. It doesn't really. As Holly's story indicates, it is not that white college students come to campus without knowledge of race. Rather, they have existed primarily in spaces where silence about race was normalized. Disrupting White Noise spotlights 3 college contexts: resident halls, leadership programs, and college classrooms. One chapter spotlights resident halls at a rural public university in the Midwest. Administrators believed that predominantly white and rural student body had never been exposed to diversity before. What? They frequently framed residence halls as an ideal place to foster awareness of and appreciation for diversity through interracial interactions. That should not be what you're focusing on at college. What the fuck? What? That doesn't make any sense. A lot of places require the homeschool to follow an online program set up by the state. Why would you think that a resident hall is where you should be fostering awareness and appreciation for diversity and interracial interactions? Like, I don't go about my day thinking of like, okay, I'm going to go Groby shopping, and then I'm gonna go to Fogo de Chao, and then I might wrap it up by like going to look at some antiques. But while I'm doing this, I have to make sure to interact with at least 3 black people and 1 Hispanic person. Otherwise, I haven't met my diversity appreciation quotas for the day. This is kind of like bringing the work home with you, as it were, in Bridges' words. Cindy, of course her name is Cindy, a white woman and senior administrator, explained her desire for students to be able to come in and have a good first positive experience with diversity. I have some bad news about some of the kids coming to college, lady. Whether they are white getting to know black or black getting to know white, I mean, that happens also. Yeah, you know, it happens that occasionally a black person will find a white person. That happens. And so I want people to understand, like, oh, this is good. Like, I think I like this. What the fuck am I reading? This is... Black people exist? I don't know. If you live in New England, it's like finding a unicorn. What the fuck? Despite these ideals, residence halls were racially segregated and marked by regular racist incidents. What? Black students recounted hearing non-black students use the N-word, encountering Confederate flags, experiencing jokes about slavery from their roommates, and were subjected to GroupMe messages that questioned black students' intelligence and ability to afford college and more. Well, all right, hold on a second. Non-black students using the N-word, fucking cry me a river. No one should fucking care about this unless they're directly using it at you in a derogatory manner. Encountering Confederate flags, who the fuck cares? They lost. It doesn't matter. experiencing jokes about slavery from their roommates. Get the fuck over it. You might not find it funny, but it's still a joke. Who fucking cares? We're subjected to group me messages that question black students' intelligence and ability to afford college and more. Welcome to the future you chose. Welcome to the future where affirmative action and DEI are things we have to contend with. And so, everyone now questions if you got there on merit or were placed there by the color of your skin. That's not your fault that that happens. That is the fault of greater society pushing these things on everyone. This shit really does shoehorn itself, doesn't it? Welcome to Zombocom. College students acting like normal college students is a problem for these people. Unsurprising. As a result, several black students recounted feeling unsafe in their rooms, and some even slept in their cars. I bet those were women. There is not a chance you could get me to believe there is a black male bitch made enough who would stop sleeping in their room with a roommate and go to their car because of some fucking jokes, dude. Ain't no way. In a space where students should be able to rest, study, and socialize, many students of color experienced racist harm that effectively evicted them from their homes. What the fuck? We did see the one with the ponytail earlier. Okay, that's fair. I forgot about the ponytail black men. Am black, can confirm. Remember when the Dukes of Hazzard were on TV and General Lee had the flag and no one batted an eye about it? Yeah, I don't fucking care. I see like a woman in like a Confederate flag bikini and I don't even like register it. It's like, oh, okay, whatever, dude. The gay black men might sleep in their cars. That'd be for a different reason, you know? They might be on the down low. I might do a double take if someone had like, I don't know. What's a horrendous flag? Like the only one that I can think of off the top of my head would be like the Nazi flag, right? But there's no women walking on the beach in Nazi flag bikinis. That just doesn't happen. Black woman in Confederate bikini is a hoot, true and real. The US, yeah, someone wearing a USSR flag bikini. The fucking Communist China Party flag bikini. Your university partner torched his eye when he was 19? What? Why? Why? How about the rape and violence towards... No, all students. What? The Palestine flag bikini. There's no way that's real. Palestine flag bikini. I regret to inform you that is indeed real. It is indeed a product that you can purchase in multiple different places, it seems. No, that would give an invite to amazing jokes about her belonging to the people. That's our woman, comrade. Every time I say that, I think of the fucking high as fuck Bugs Bunny meme. Yet, when presented with these incidents, many white staff members downplayed these incidents, claiming that the white students just did not know any better. Well, that's also really dumb. It's not that the white students don't know any better, it's that these are things that are not... They're like, microaggressions are not real. Unless somebody is coming up to one of these black students and being like, you specifically are unintelligent enough to be here. You should be picking cotton instead of reading books in college. That would be fucked up. That is not a joke. That is a direct attack on the individual. That would be wrong. Those tits live in an open-air prison. Free the bikini. Palestine flag bikini with heavies still hit. She's got the cannons in the Palestine flag. Secret Israel op. It's entirely normal behavior. Yeah, right? Giving the Gaza Strip a whole other meaning. Oh my god. I want you to send your payload to my Gaza Strip. By assuming white students know nothing about race, educators and administrators fail to halt racist incidents and disrupt white students' harmful practices and beliefs. This is just insane framing. What the fuck are colleges anymore? Like, I know they've been indoctrination camps for ages, but this is just... What the fuck are you even talking about, dude? Disrupting the empty vessel hypothesis, what now? Disrupting white noise is for anybody who interacts with college students, including faculty, administrators, and staff. While we offer several calls to action, we believe 2 questions undergird all reflection and action. 1. What assumptions do I hold about the knowledge college students, especially white students, do not have about race and the racial world? 2. How does the arrangement of campus life either disrupt or reinforce white students' pre-college learning? Our recommendations offer a mix of individual action and reflection, shifts in educational practices, and calls for significant financial and policy investments. Yes, please, gives us more monies. I'm a hungry, greedy college. Num 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 num. Give me monies. Join us in disrupting the white noise. Laura Irwin is an assistant professor in the Higher Education Administration and College Student Personnel Programs at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Zach Faust is an associate professor and chair of educational leadership and policy studies at the University of Kansas. They are the authors of Disrupting White Noise. I kind of want to open this in a new tab and see what it brings me to. Hilarious that the only time modern academia will acknowledge that people aren't blank slates is to demonize white students. It is pretty confounding. Imagine painting minorities as extremely thin-skinned over jokes and it's everyone else's fault. Thank you, mildly OCD. I really just want everyone to be able to make jokes again. You know, I want the jokes to be free and not people having to like hide behind 7 anonymous proxies to just be like, well, you know, I think it might be funny. Call me Israel because I'm colonizing your great tracts of land. Battleizer, thank you. It's funny because he met a gentleman that bitch made in college, but then again he had so much estrogen you could catch it like radiation, so you're not entirely sure he was a guy in the end. Oh no. You want to know why secondary education is so damn expensive? This shit is why. All the stupid administrators and teachers with this shit. We need a great purging of the communists from our institutions. Disrupting White Noise, challenging beliefs about race on campus. Yo, you can buy their book digitally for only $29. That's pretty fucking crazy. Praise. Disrupting White Noise meets the present moment in higher education and society. Faust and Irwin bring together their experiences in student affairs with original research, connect it with essential scholarship on race and racism in higher education, and offer a fresh approach to advancing research and practice. I'm just hearing Jeremy Kaufman in my head again, where it's just like, I'm not going to honor the continuous changing and the definitions that you apply to racism. Racism has one definition, and under that definition, I am not a racist. But if I am a racist under your definition, I just don't care, because it's not real. Professor Kirsche, I'm sorry, but my syllabus may be incomplete. We're in this theoretical physics class. You're the white supremacist honky. You need to catch up your notes for the final exam. Help. I'm dying. This is also why they're no longer capable of training people. Knowledge relevant to their vocation. They do this pandering instead of teaching real skills. I mean, that's the point, right? That's the point. That was like, I made the point on, Twitter that, like, oh god, I have to bring it up because I can't remember what I said. Please don't die. I'm trying my best. Where is it? It was on the trailer for the new, Animal Farm movie. They teach all this nonsense and then wonder why they can't get jobs. True. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the scene they're showing here, where they have retconned the horse, like, doing a heroic thing to save someone, is actually the propaganda the pigs spread in the original to detract from the fact that they just straight up killed the horse for no reason because they wanted to make the money to buy booze. But, here's that. No, not here's that, because the volume's not working. I hate Twitter.
You can do it, buddy!
I don't know why the pigs are wearing tracksuits. Why does it look like that? I don't know. Literally how the pigs lied about his death in the story now. I'm like 99% this movie is going to be woke slop, as it were. It's going to be the subversion and not the anti-communist message. To give them an infinitesimally small sliver benefit of the doubt, they could have released this as like, this is the propaganda the pigs made. But like, why would they do that while they know that everyone is already saying this movie has basically forsaken the source material? That seems like a very stupid thing to do. But I mean, they could come out and be like, haha, we subverted your expectations. I don't think that's the case. I think 99% chance this is the propaganda that it is purporting to be. It already is. You've already watched it. Oh, fuck, dude. That is horrendous. But, this is what I've been saying. Been pointing it out for years. The modern audience does not exist. They're endeavoring to create it. All the shitty remakes and rewrites of IPs and characters. What remakes? This was always how the story was, and always how the characters were, comrade. Whatever do you mean? And someone said, Kirsche doesn't know you can still buy the book. Oof. If it makes you feel better, I work at a high school in the Midwest, and this, along with 1984, are still required reading. This guy is probably a midwit. Because he doesn't seem to understand the point that I'm making. Yes, you can still buy the book. That doesn't matter. How many people are going to buy the book? That's what I said. How many children are going to be buying the books? How many parents still encourage reading at a young age instead of sticking them on an iPad or a phone? How are the literacy rates going in schools currently, which have progressively gotten worse with each generation? How about the media literacy crowd that are now teaching the kids? Thwarting communism is a generational task and you can't fix it overnight. And his response to me asking how many are buying the books and how many parents are encouraging to read is local libraries still exist. This is the midwit thought process of if everyone would just. Everyone is not going to just. It doesn't matter if you can still buy the book. It doesn't matter if you can still find the original film in some places. It doesn't matter if local libraries still exist, which quite a few of them are actually shutting down because a lot of people don't go to them anymore. So, when you have this clusterfuck of a perfect storm, and not everyone is going to just, you kind of have to be like, well, this is the writing on the wall. This is the kind of person that allows communism to flourish because he expects everyone will just because he is someone who justs. Dude is just being maliciously disingenuous. And I realized that when he said, which side of the political wings discourages reading? And that's when I figured out this guy's definitely not understanding what's going on. Because the political wing that discourages reading is the left. And I imagine if I had replied with that, he would have said, it's the right who's banning books. Which books are they trying to ban, dear sir? Because I don't think that sexually explicit books belong in kindergarten classrooms. 9 out of 10 times they don't just. It's just their ideal that people should just. Yes. If people would just, a lot of things would get finished and fixed. But people are not just going to. It just doesn't. Only one side is burning books, and it is not the right. Aphantasia is not perceiving breakfast. What? A good old-fashioned book burning, you know what I mean? Mildly OCD, thank you. Imagine painting minorities is extremely... I already read that. Am I super scrolled up? What the fuck? YouTube chat, where are you? Hang on here. The left discourages reading of non-approved material. That doesn't sound vaguely familiar at all. True. You cannot read the non-approved talking points. They're so banned you can purchase them at the bookstore or online. Millennial Woes tweet eternal, true, and fucking real. Patchouli, thank you. It's a shame Orwell was still socialist adjacent, so Animal Farm ends its excoriation of communism at a pretty spot-on view of Stalinist Russia. Unfortunate. The Wikipedia summary does say the pigs get the horse killed. Someone else already said they watched the movie, and it's like not the same as the original material. The horse in the book was overworked and got hurt. The pigs then sent him to a glue factory and bought alcohol while memorializing his memory. Yeah. The left likes to cry out that if it's removed from a school library that it's banned. I kind of would like to acquire banned books, right? Like, actually, like, hard to get banned books. And I know there's a couple, like, book purveyors on Twitter that I could probably reach out to. But I think I would probably catch a lot of flack for wanting to collect banned books. But I think that would be a fun thing to try and do, you know? This isn't it an old stereotype that kids will just watch the movie, write it down, and try to pass it off as a book report? Maybe? I don't know. I didn't watch movies to write book reports back in the day. Want to have a banned book club Discord channel? Bit of a spoiler for the movie. The communism starts as the conclusion of the movie rather than the first act. What do you mean by this? Your mom's been asking for banned books each holiday and they've been fun Christmas gifts. Get them while you can. I had a journey into buying a banned game once, and then I was like, oh fuck, I did not do enough research on this banned game. Let's destroy this. Phoenix DS, thank you. I put another in the Yuri was right jar, true and real. Green Thomas, thank you. After Animal Farm movie from Angel Studios, what do you think would happen if Berserk ever got a goofy, family-friendly live-action adaptation? I don't think Berserk could get a family-friendly adaptation. I don't think that's even possible. You picked up copies of Brave New World, Fahrenheit 451, 1984, and Animal Farm to have on your shelf. That's pretty cool. Remember how Brandon Herrera got into shit for having a banned book? It wasn't actually banned, of course, but people still got big angy. I'm so tired of the people getting big angy. Can only think of one game going a little nuts. It'd be about 10 minutes long. What would... Oh, yeah, you know? You think Miura would pop out of the grave and actually don the armor? Probably. Probably. Golden Fang, thank you. As a Kansan, you must apologize for the crazy lady, you know? Kurgan, thank you for the 18 months. Not gonna lie, the women who wear fascist flag bikinis are going to be a lot hotter than the ones that were socialist ones. And you're a Mexican! That means he's had experience seeing both. Axel Jack, thank you. The pigs said they were sending Boxer the horse to a hospital and an ambulance, but Benjamin the donkey was the only animal other than the pigs that could read, and he chased to the glue factory wagon until he collapsed. In the new movie? After the whole Amazon thing, you did pick up Camp of the Saints and plan to read it this summer. I think I would like to read that book as well. People told me not to mention it on stream, but it's like, I don't know. What could possibly be so horrible in this book? Why was it banned? The Brandon Herrera thing, pissed you off the most? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. The most blatant taken out of context clip? I mean, that's what they do. That's why whenever I get, like, given, like, short clips as, like, proof of stuff, I'm like, I'm gonna need more than that. I spent a literal year getting clip chimped by angry fucking Twitter freaks. There ain't no way I'm gonna believe just tiny clips from other people. I already know that this dogshit adaptation is gonna be shown in the schools as the real thing. You're so sick of leftist indoctrination, it's disgusting. It's very, very fucking tiresome, man. Help. A lot of dystopian government novels are written by British authors. Well, I mean, they were the first ones to dive headfirst into dystopian shit, so it makes sense. They said on the podcast even that it was going to get clipped and used out of context, and exactly that happened. Oh, you know? You can definitely tell when some freak is going to take something out of context when you say it. Mildly OCD, thank you. Imagine painting... Oh, I already read that. What the fuck? Your YouTube chat. What are you doing? Camp of the Saints is hilarious in retrospect. The members they use are dwarfed by how reality turned out. Oh, no. Nocturnal, thank you. If Berserk is not MA, you'll have an aneurysm. I don't know how you could make it anything other than MA, man. Therian.ai, thank you. Just so you know, people are not going to just is another Devin Ericksonism. You should do a stream with him. Also, with the banned game I got, the guy game, I am not at liberty to say. I have a feeling if I talked about the banned game, there would be people who would very much take it out of context and use it as a wedge to try and paint me as something I am not. Speaking of the UK, didn't they just arrest a girl for her own art? I am not going to get into that because I don't have enough information on it. Advanticure Canty, thank you. Family-friendly King in Yellow movie when? What is King in Yellow? I think the funniest part of the banned book clips is no one talks about the guest who has the same book, but he's more left. I would love, right, if somebody had, like, the Communist Manifesto next to Mein Kampf. Right, like, I think that would just, like, break someone's brain. Because it's like, if you have those next to each other, How are they going to call you a Nazi? Because if they call you a Nazi for having Mein Kampf, then by that logic, you are also a communist for having the Communist Manifesto, are you not? How can you both be a communist and a Nazi at the same time? Motherfucking need more sauce. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My alerts are all fucked up today. King in Yellow is a Cthulhu-adjacent horror. You forgot the details of its mythos. Don't cross the streams. You know, things are bleak when the 1950 animated CIA-produced version of Animal Farm is the more faithful version to the story. Imagine the CIA being honest. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Finhel Nyaisha. You sent me 2 alerts troubleshooting steps in case I wanted to try those. You didn't want to interrupt me earlier? If they're quick, I could maybe try them on stream. Otherwise, I'll probably have to do it later. They're in. Oh, okay. Yeah, my alerts overlay hasn't been changed, so that's not gonna be different. Refresh the cache. That could be the issue. Sometimes refreshing the cache does help. I think it's this one. Refresh cache. Alright, the cache has been refreshed. Fastest typing theory. What do you mean? National Bolshevism is a real ideology. It's a giant meme, but it does exist. That does sound like it would be a giant meme. Phoenix DS, thank you. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. It's just like leading kids to knowledge, but you can't make them learn. Also, Fahrenheit 51. True. It's fixed? Really? That's nice. Okay, refreshing the cache. It worked. Beautiful. Wonderful. You love to see it. Now I have to go find my browser. There we go. Boom. They nationalized cancer? I hope not. I fucking hope not, brother man. And I guess to cap this off, oh god, we're so close. We're so close. We're so close. To cap this off here, we have done nothing wrong. Texas judge sides with developer of Muslim-centric neighborhood. Community Capital Partners sued the state agency for refusing to review updated housing policies. Community Capital Partners scored an early win in its lawsuit against the Texas Workforce Commission as it looks to move forward with The Meadow, a Muslim-centric project formerly known as Epic City. A Travis County judge sided with the developer in yet another legal test of the project that first riled up Texas politicians last spring. Community Capital Partners filed the lawsuit after the Texas Workforce Commission refused to review the project's updated housing policies, despite reaching a settlement with the developer last fall that required the agency to approve the new policies. The 201st District Court issued an injunction Tuesday, requiring the agency to abide by the terms of the settlement. In addition, the judge denied the state's request to dismiss Community Capital Partners' lawsuit. We have done nothing wrong, and this decision reflects that. Capital Community Partners presented Imran Shadhari said in a statement. The Texas Workforce Commission called the ruling flawed and told the outlet that it overlooks substantial evidence that the developers are in violation of the Fair Housing Act. The agency also said it plans to appeal the decision. The agency's attempt to block the progression of the development is just one of many obstacles the developer has faced since moving forward with plans to build the 402-acre master-planned community last spring. So far, little has stuck. State and federal politicians, including Governor Greg Abbott, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, and U.S. Senator John Cornyn, have accused the developer of discrimination and trying to enforce Sharia law. The U.S. Department of Justice dropped its inquiry into the development in June. The Texas Workforce Commission settled its probe into the project in September. Even so, political attacks have continued. Paxton sued the developer in December, accusing Community Capital Partners of violating Texas security laws. He sued a municipal district tied to the project in February, accusing the district of evading state oversight. A Collin County judge granted a temporary restraining order against the district in March. Plans for The Meadow include a mosque, school, single-family homes, apartments, and senior living facilities. The community will be located in Collin and Hunt counties near Josephine. And I think that's very interesting that this project is a 402-acre master-planned community just for Muslims. That's very interesting, especially because attempting to sue on the, Fair Housing Act? Yeah. The developers are in violation of the Fair Housing Act, and apparently judges are like, no, this is perfectly fine. You can have an entirely Muslim community on 402 acres. That actually doesn't violate the Fair Housing Act whatsoever. But then you come over here, Pennsylvania, bill banning whites-only housing passes Pennsylvania House by 1 vote. A bill banning white-only housing passed the Pennsylvania House on Tuesday, despite not a single Republican supporting the measure. House Bill 2103 would close a loophole in the state that could let white nationalist groups establish communities under the guise of a private club or member-only organization by blocking such groups from restricting membership by race, color, and national origin to deny equal access to housing, employment, and public accommodations. Now, why is it that a 402-acre Muslim community does not violate the Fair Housing Act, and yet this would not be allowed? They either both violate it, or they both should be allowed. And also, why is it okay for a 402-acre Muslim community to exist, but if white people wanted to have a community, not even 402 acres, that would be considered supremacist or nationalist? Why could it not just be they like living around their own people, like the Muslim community? Why would that be a problem? It seems to me that maybe we should just repeal the Fair Housing Act and let everybody have freedom of association again, maybe? Maybe we could have that, potentially? The bill also expands anti-discrimination protections for employment, housing, and public accommodations to a person's sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity or expression. It passed on the House floor by a 101 to 100 vote. A single Democrat, Representative Frank Burns, D. Cambria, joined every Republican in opposing the bill. Representative Ben Waxman, Philadelphia, proposed the bill after Arkansas Attorney General Tim Griffin said a preliminary review found that Return to the Land, a whites-only community that operates as a private membership association, had not broken any laws by building a segregated community in the state. Legal loopholes are making it possible for discrimination to still exist today on the basis of religion, Waxman said. Let me be clear, though, religion should never be used as a pretext for hatred or bigotry. So, this guy who proposed the bill in Pennsylvania to no longer allow whites-only housing says that it's possible for discrimination today on the basis of religion. So then what is this? What is a 402-acre Muslim-only community except discrimination on the basis of religion? That's kind of crazy. He's literally arguing against his own point. Eric Orwell, president of Return to the Land, wrote on social media earlier this month that he's not fazed by legislation seeking to ban the group. He accused lawmakers who support the bills of being anti-white and said they'll eventually pay for their betrayal of our nation. Damn, that dude's radical as fuck. What the hell? This bill now heads to the Senate for consideration, where Waxman encouraged colleagues to pass it. Now, I'm not going to go quite as far as this guy did, because, you know, that makes you sound a bit crazy. But again, either both of these are okay. Either it's okay to have a whites-only housing area if somebody wants to make it, and it's also okay to have a Muslim-only community, or neither of these are okay because they both violate the Fair Housing Act. They are either both fine or both not fine. You cannot have one and say the other one is not okay. Muslims hate homosexuals. How can the left allow them into their inner circle is beyond you. I mean, we kind of loop on that every so often, where when the Muslims eventually tell the leftists no more gay shit, they act all like offended and surprised. And it's like, what the fuck did you expect? I don't get it, man. This man doesn't know of the jizya. Somehow gotta get them enjoined in a single Supreme Court case, yeah? It's like that they absolutely should be shown together because these are two of the exact same thing. They're pretty oppressive of women. And both fine or both not fine are clearly not the rules they're playing by. I mean, they never do, right? The left has the rules for thee but not for me kind of reality. But it's like that's why they should be held to their standards. If they're going to allow this Muslim-centric neighborhood, then a whites-only neighborhood should also be fine. And if they're going to piss their pants and cry about it, they can do that, but you should just tell them no. If you're going to let that Muslim one go through, we're going to have a whites-only community building. That's just what it is. Why would non-whites want to live with a community of racist white people anyways? Also a good point. If I know that people don't want me in a specific place, why would I go there? I would only experience, like, negative things. Does PETA know about their position on dogs? Battleizer, thank you. Double standards, gonna double. We've been here before. This is just day-to-day life. This is just every day now, unfortunately. Every freaking day. Alright. Alright. I would like to... I would like to play a video game. I looked at my fucking timer on OBS and we're already 4 hours in. How does this happen? How does this keep happening, chat? Yeah, direct to dono also worked. Hell yeah. Can we play No I'm Not Human? Yeah, I kind of want to load that one up, or Inconbini came out and I wanted to play Inconbini. A like little Japanese fucking convenience store sim. That sounds really fucking cute. Phoenix DS, thank you. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. It's the same picture, Sar. Bloop. Need a separate space from the white supremes, yet also we don't want them to separate from us though. It's so weird. You cute as fuck. You're cute as fuck, Sheets. You're cute as fuck, my man. Thank you. At least the community will be expected to follow the laws of the United States, unlike what the Muslim community thinks they're going to do. Yeah, it's funny how that article I was reading was like, oh, they think that they're going to institute Sharia law, those silly politicians, and it's like, well, why would you think they wouldn't? Every time an area has like a large amount of Muslims, they start doing that kind of thing. That's just what they want. Sharia is important to them. That is their culture. Fear 2028, worried about midterms, you know? GS Wolfwood, thank you. Not even King Hammurabi would tolerate this blatantly subversive BS. Why should we? It's maddening to see how many authorities are paid off by them. Yeah, absolutely. Wolf de Mexico, thank you. You want a de facto white-only space? 2-word ski club? I got some bad news for you. Phoenix DS, thank you again. I read that. Another brother has joined the other team. No! Please be Tarkov. We can bet on living through a raid. I am too soupy brained to play Tarkov at the moment, but man, chat. Yesterday after I ate dinner, I did a Tarkov raid. And remember how I started stream yesterday with saying I did one more raid before bed and I hate ending on a loss, but like I turned a corner and got fucking face fucked by Killa. Yeah, the raid that I did after dinner, I turned a corner and I got face fucked by Killa. I was like, he's literally stalking me! What the fuck? Tarkov, no need brain, just shoot fun. Slushy! Alright, let's see. I will get into No I'm Not a Human because I want to see how close I am to getting through where the fuck we are. She went to factory. I have not been to factory. Killa can literally see through walls, you swear? I get just fucking terrified. If I hear a scav have like a voice line longer than like half a sentence, I'm like, oh no, what's that? Also, I found out they added a bunch more bosses that I have literally never heard of before. Help. There was I went to Cumstoms, and there was a scav sitting by a tree like as soon as I loaded in. And I fucking hit that guy in the head and he just turned around and got angry. And I was like, oh, fuck. So I mag dumped him and he died. And then I went to loot him and then I got fucking sludgy-weed by something else. And I was like, what the fuck? And the thing that killed me had this weird name. And the guy that I killed was like Big Pipe or something. I was like, who the fuck are these guys? Who the fuck are Big Pipe and his gay buddy? What are these? Fuck yeah, the goons. Oh, Big Pipe. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck they are. But I killed Big Pipe and then his butt buddy killed me. And I was just confused. I was so fucking confused. There's 3 of them? Oh, fuck. The Big Pipe is a good name. Yeah, right? 3 goons, they're insane hard. Well, I killed 1. I didn't know there were more. I didn't even know it was a boss. I just thought it was a fucking beefed up scav for some reason. Big Pipe in the game. One of them also has silent footsteps. That's not fair. Are you sure it has silent footsteps and it's not just the Tarkov audio being garbage like usual? Let's see, where's my game? Booyah! Show video game. Appear. There we go. Does Big Pipe have nuts and bolts? I don't know. I didn't get to loot him. I got fucking domed by his gay friend. Good lord, what did you come back to? Big Pipe sounds like a bad 70s porn name. Yeah, that's probably what they called Ron Jeremy, right? Red the Green Dog, thank you. The Act Man had the Communist Manifesto, and Brandon had his copy of Big H's book. That's a battle for destiny. Does this feature the Reddit mod? No, it features the Indian guy talking about the white woman's cannons, though. Hello, cat. I love you. Pet cat. The goons are probably a gay polycool. Alright, this is daytime. So I can, like... Wait, do I need the radio? Yes! The radio is my least favorite part of this game, by the way. They shouldn't have burned the bodies. If they mains, it wouldn't have... What? That was so broken up, I couldn't understand it. Why does that keep making a door noise? I'm not even pressing space. That was weird. What's in the basement? Is this the game or just Kirsche's daily life POV? Yeah, it's pretty much just my daily life POV. Still nothing in the basement. Still nothing in here. Still can't open the boxes. Oh, that's right. I can't change my keys to fucking quest, dude. I need to check myself before I wreck myself. Let us check my armpits. I'm hairy! Yay! Seems about right. Hell yeah. Quest gamers need to be more repressed. That's racist. I want to create a Quest gamer only community. No one will be out on the street. Kimchin? Where are all the people in my house? There we go. I have the cultists here. And I got these fucking freaks. I only have 1 energy left. I guess I'll spend it on... You really like the fireman. What? You like the fat chud? I don't. Fucking shit! Did the cultist take something from you? No, that's the point! She went to them all by herself! My wife, that is. Even before all this shit, she was deeply religious. I loved her, and I made peace with that. It never got in the way of us, or anything. But when shit hit the fan, she found faith in a new savior. The cultist batshit rhetoric sounded sensible to her. She got sucked in more every day, went completely fucking nuts, fully believing in all kinds of nonsensical shit. Once I realized what I'd done, she was already gone. I scared her off. It was too late to change anything. This man just admit to killing his wife because she became a cult member? Master of Mundus! Thank you for the 10 gift members! Thank you! Thank you, thank you! Can you blame him? Have we got a problem? You keep talking about packs. Why don't you have one of your own? Conversation's still over. He fucking hates me. It's so goddamn hot. Where did the forest fires come? Well, probably the sun burning everything. The forest has been especially dry recently, so it catches easily. The fires are just one of the misfortunes that have befallen us, like those visitors from underground. But fate still has more in store for us. Maybe we're so far gone, the best we can hope for is peaceful death. You know, I considered taking this home as a gift, but I'll give it to you instead. It's a necklace. Not much to look at, I know, but it's made of the dead bees that once turned honey into sun. Wouldn't it be... What? He made a dead bee necklace? Wouldn't it be the bees turned sun into honey? Whatever, he's horribly maimed from fire, so, I mean, maybe he's kind of confused. Thanks for the necklace? Burn victim? Question mark? Thanks, guys, it means a lot. Oh, what the heck? Might be important, I don't know, maybe. What makes you think the visitors were summoned by death? Because death makes no distinction. Human, beast, outsider. Death is the same for everyone and everything, and all are equal before her. She has waited for a precise moment, and now time is almost upon us. We must prepare for the ritual. Okay. Why do you worship death? Please, kind homeowner, I hope you do not wish to speak ill of death. She despises blasphemers who label her as unjust and punishes them most harshly. Her nature terrifies me, but our mentor says death may be the kindest of all gods. She does not bring famine, plague, or war. She simply grants rest, and we need to meet her. Okay. Why did you choose my house? Your house is tied to death like no other. At first I questioned why our mother chose this place, but now all is clear. Death lingers in these walls, intangible yet suffocating. It presses on the soul. The naked concrete reeks of spilled blood. Do not think we bid you murder. You spill blood of your own accord, without us urging. I believe your bond with death is tighter than any of ours. Oh yeah, my death bond is so tight, Mr. Cult Member. Would you like to see my death cannons? Thanks for the Feng Shui review. Oh my god. Help! I can't escape. Fucking buttons, dude. Well, I can test somebody, but I don't really think I need to. I think everybody here is, like, pretty fucking safe, actually. I'm just starting to think this is Kirsche in the morning. What do you mean? I guess I'll test the Reddit guy. I don't remember what I've tested on him before. I test you. I'm pretty sure I've asked to see his teeth and his armpits before. So I'll ask to see... No, I did photo on him. I'll do the armpits, because I don't... Wait, no. Wait, ears. Fuck! Why do his ears make a slurping noise? But no bugs! What are you staring at me like that for? Something missing? Pull out the gun! No, he's fine. He's human. Let's go to bed. Let's go to bed, bro. It's bedtime. Yippee! Oh, never mind. The sun strikes yet again. Scientists have released troubling new projections on our global climate. If the current heat wave does not subside, meltwaters from the polar ice caps may lead to catastrophic flooding. Researchers continue to investigate the cause of the ongoing climate anomaly, but no answers so far. That's all for now. Stay tuned for updates. Thank you. Eepee! My man needs to hit the barber. No, he shields his eyes from the sun with his hair. Still can't look out there. Still can't sleep by the nightstand because he's traumatized by it for some reason. The bodies of those who are hiding in your neighbor's basement burn under the midday sun. Cool, 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 cool. I love the smell of burning flesh in the morning. The dogs feeding on them have fled. Scared, perhaps. What if they ran not from FEMA, but from something worse? That's a great question. Next question. Blah, blah, blah. Today is Reconciliation Day. I don't like that. Oh. Okay. Cultists are tied up at the bonfire outside. Did they decide to sacrifice themselves? The thought twists your mind. Fear of death has clouded all reason. People are willing to do the unspeakable. Well, I feel like if you tie yourself to a stake to be burned alive in the atomic sun, that's not really a fear of death. But, you know, I'm sure their screaming will go great with bacon and eggs in the morning. When this kind of madness happens only after a few weeks, it's terrifying to imagine what could come next. I refuse to believe there's something worse than FEMA. Also a fair point. Hello, beautiful, chubby, retarded cat. Ooh! Burning houses blaze bright. Screams echo in the distance. You know that madman is behind all this. Could your house be next? Will he come tomorrow? Next week? You'll likely meet that lunatic face to face. It's only a matter of time. What if I welcome him into my home? This looks like the guy from Breaking Bad. Like, before he went bald. Hello there, neighbor. Tell me, can I trust you? You're not with FEMA, are you? No, I'm not with FEMA. Oh, good. That means I can trust you. You see, it's standard FEMA protocol that agents disclose their affiliation when asked. They're required to. So if you say you're not with them, you must be telling the truth, huh? Which means I can share something big with you. Please don't whip out your dick. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, my friend. The scales are about to fall from your eyes. Election rigging. Proof the moon landing was fake. Government mind control through fast food. Yes, really. And finally, the truth behind those potato-flavored chips. What does that even mean? They're an abomination of science. I think I preferred him making meth. Yeah, come on in, buddy. I knew I could trust you. Believe me, I've seen the truth. Forget all the lies you've been told. Ah! Help. They told me this would be our last little chat. Everything is coming to an end, either by our hands or your own. What's coming to an end? Can't say. Funny how you feel nothing at all. Don't worry. We can help. Why do you keep coming here? You only just now thought to ask that? Have you considered that you were chosen? They send me for a reason. To change something. But the outcome's always the same. You'll die. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then later. You will disappear. But for now, have you let any of us into your home? Oh, fuck, dude. That's so many options! Do we I don't remember. I don't remember. He gets extra tips. The fox brain is overloading. Might as well be truthful. I don't know what the truth is. I got rid of anyone who didn't belong. I guess that might be, like, there are many people in here, or I got rid of anyone who didn't belong seem like the best answers. I only let the right ones in. I don't know. That seems like a Hitler kind of answer, right? Like, someone let a strange fox woman into the house. I would say there are many people in here. I think might be the most honest one. I let in visitors, so I didn't just let the right ones in. That's true. There are many people here. There are many doors in life, fed boy. Why so tense? Clinging to life like that? What's left that even matters? You're all alone now. So, are you alone? I'm not alone. So, you are ready. Do you feel fear? Yes. Still can't take matters into your own hands? That's why I'm here. Oh, fuck! Oh! Death no longer speaks to me. So that's how the world ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. Oh, but everything's just fine with you, isn't it? Your flock are fine. Yes, all as it should be. Her gaze still rests upon us. I shan't linger. I'll be moving on now. What's the deal? Take your freaks with you. Why? This isn't a daycare, buddy. Were they truly bothering you so much? Or perhaps peace is not what you yearn for after all. Hold on a moment. Alright, sorry about that. Get off my lawn. Yeah, we need to get this guy off our fucking lawn, bro. I take my leave with gratitude regardless. As a token of gratitude, I could offer you salvation. Join in our rite and find peace. Come, brother. Hold our hand as we march toward death. Yeah, if you're so eager to die, you can go on ahead. I'm gonna stay here. Very well. If that is your choice, so be it. Death will claim her due. What was to be done is done. Farewell. What does he mean by this? No joining the suicide? Yeah, I didn't want to. Oh my god, I think this is the first black guy I've seen the entire game. Hey, hello? Anyone in there? I heard footsteps. That means you're there. Behind the door. Can you, open it? Wait, is this the FEMA guy but without his helmet? Hold on. First return the ones you took. Took? Oh, you think I'm a FEMA officer? Because of the suit? Nah, I just pulled it off a corpse. Figured it might be safer out here that way. They must wear those things for a reason. Maybe the sun leaves radiation behind at night or something. I don't even want to know. So, what's your plan, guy? He heard you! That's a good question. Right now, I just feel lost. I had a job. I thought things would be fine. Then came the disappointment. I ended up doing nothing like what they promised. I mean, programming, by the way. Writing code. Yeah, sure, come on in, buddy. What? Oh, thanks. Any place I can sit? Didn't think you'd actually let me in. Ooh! Ooh! How do I sound, like, extra fucking fat? How do I sound fat? Hey, what's up? Long time no see. How's life? Do I know you? Come on, you really don't remember me? We were... Hang on, your voice sounds different than I remember. How long ago did you start living here? I think you got the wrong address, you fucking nugget freak. No way, I couldn't have! No. Damn it! I guess I did get it wrong. Come on, I wheeled a long-ass way to get here. Won't you let me in, please? Yeah, you should leave, you fucking freak. Not letting me in? We'll fix that. Grab this Energeca, swing it at the door, and bam! You're invisible. It'll work for sure. My legs are all the proof you need. See? Nothing there, right? Oh god, that hurts my face. I'm like trying to squish like all of my face meat to my mouth. I don't know what that is, but I don't take bribes from your kind, lady man. Leave? What the fuck do you mean? You expect me to just fucking go? Oh, I'm rolling the fuck out of here, lunatic asshole. Ow, my face! I squeamish! The One Fox Theater House. My head was so small and I was squimshing so vigorously my headset fell off. Jesus fucking Christ, what a lunatic! You never let a progressive liberal into your house chat. They'll shit on the floor. Okay. Why is Kirsche so mean against the differently abled? Hey, if that was like a veteran amputee, I would have let him in. That was very clearly a psychopathic leftist who lost their legs to diabetes, okay? No pre-diabetic, sorry. You say that, but you let the piercing Tumblr girl in? Look, that was a fun experiment, okay? First bribe refused. I guess I go to bed. There's nothing else I can do now. Breaking news! Conditions in the city shows no sign of stabilizing, and the disaster continues to worsen. With glaciers melting, sea levels are rising at an alarming rate. Coastal areas across the globe, including many major cities, are at risk of severe flooding. Several lakes known to be contaminated with radiation have also begun to evaporate, with scientists worldwide warning that this could result in toxic rainfall. If you hear thunder, seek cover immediately to protect yourself from exposure. Unfortunately, the city continues to remain under lockdown. FEMA has not yet captured all the fugitives and has now announced a new sign for identifying the visitors. Rapid pupil movement. Emergency broadcast. We interrupt this report due to the risk of an attack on our studio. If you have questions about identifying the visitors, call the hotline 000-451. End of broadcast. Well, fuck. I heard the radio. Dispatch. New directive, code 451 is replaced with code 955. Do not burn bodies, apply lice instead? Lice? Live? What is L-I blank E? Repeat, code 451 is burning, rains to contain the threat posed by the subject. Lime? Like lime juice? Like put the lime in the coconut? The fuck? Pet the retard cat. I pet you. I pet the retard cat and I got a gift called Big Breasted Milky Fuda Mommies 3 from Boggy. What the fuck? Thank you, Boggy. I will redeem my fish head cannons, Sar. What the fuck? Boggy also sent Mr. Toilet, a demonic toilet monster who has possessed your toilet. Craft the right poo and then feed it into his mouth using your ass. You know, I think I might start advocating to genocide indie devs. What the fuck? What kind of mind thought of that? Alright, I'm gonna feed you some canned cat food, buddy. Thank you, Boggy, for your thoughtful gifts. Does Boggy just commission programmers on Fiverr so we can send their projects to Kirsche? I'm starting to think so. I can sleep peacefully. Yay! Hello, cat. I love you. It's not as grumpy as you first thought. It changed! He likes it now! Looks like it's starting to get used to you. Yay, kitty! The Indian mind works at Vedic dimensions. What is a Vedic dimension? Help, I can't move. Hello, black guy in the bathroom. Hope I didn't get too much solar exposure. Are you sure you're not with FEMA? I'm not really with them. I told you, I used to fix fridges. I found the uniform in a car. Earlier you said he took it off a corpse. Well, yeah. Sure. I found it in a car. On a dead guy. Why did they make the only black character the one to, like, be stealing from dead bodies? What is... First game is part of a 10-game series. What the fuck? Figured the uniform would protect me from visitors. I mean, those FEMA guys wear it for a reason, right? I gotta check you, buddy. I gotta check you. Go ahead. Just don't waste precious time. Show me your eyes. Ah, yes, I love this one. People's eyes are beautiful, after all. Is that normal? Why does his nose look like a bowling... nose? Why does his eye look like a bowling ball? Shoot him, get the gun. Why do I have to kill the black guy? Now this is gonna get clipped and people call me racist. Red? Yeah, you see, when you're stuck in this mask all the time, it does things to you. Wait, what mask? Your vision gets worse, everything narrows, like you're looking always through eye holes, even when you aren't. Double pupils. 2 irises is a possible human condition, but eyes red. I think it said, like, the pupils would, like, flitter around, but, like, was that what it was saying? I can't really tell. I can't really tell. Check him again, just to be sure. Rapid. Yeah, it was rapid eye movement. That's what it was. But if he's a visitor, he's gonna colonize your home. He's just crispy from the sun. That's fair. That's fair. But I mean, that wasn't really rapid eye movement, though, right? It was slow moving. It was slow moving. Humans don't have 2 pupils. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, and he's not wearing a mask, and... Yeah, let's pull out the gun. These eyes have seen too much. Maybe it's finally time to close them. Shoot him! Wait, you're making a mistake! Oh. Well, that's okay. At the end, he said he was with FEMA, so that's fine. Killing a federal agent is apparently fine. He turned into trash bags. Oh my god. Evil Ed, thank you. You would pay to watch me play that game Boggy gave me with Blabs, but I don't tell her what I'm playing? Oh no. I don't think I could ask to play a game and not tell them what game I'm playing, you know, because it's their channel. Phoenix DS, thank you. Don't forget to have breathing issues for the overweight nuggets. You shot a black guy. I'm telling Black Lives Matter and Obama. Shut up. Jesus Christ, Kirsche, you can't just go shooting people. Well, he should have been less suspicious. That's his fault. Okay, still nothing in here. Achievement unlocked. Grabbed an officer's gun and survived. I survived. Hello. Got something to share? What are those papers, guy? You would not believe what's in these files. Seriously, some of it's actually pretty darn fascinating. Take a look at this one, for instance. This theory is especially curious. It claims visitors aren't actually real, that they're part of a secret government plan to prune the population. The Georgia Guidestones. Bill Gates. Quite a compelling read, and oddly, it kind of makes sense if you really think about it. Now, consider, overpopulation is a known problem, yes, it's simply the truth of our society. Suppose this is how the government has decided to, handle it, I gotta check you, man. I gotta check you, buddy. By all means, just be aware, testing me could lead you to learn things you wished you hadn't. Hey, it's just like you guys watching me. I'll look at his eyes. Ah, the eyes, yes, of course. Okay. Okay, so that is just normal eye movement. That's kind of weird that it moves so much, though. You believe the guy from 4chan more than the FEMA agent? Yeah, same. They are blue. Good. It means they haven't changed me yet. I see the world as it is. No filters, no fog. Do you? Wake up, sheeple! He's fine. My glowy emotes are not synced. They're synced on my end. Shit. He got them A10s. Fucking shit! What happened between you and your wife? One day, my wife told me she was gonna join the cult. I just couldn't believe it. The woman I loved, she'd become a completely different person. It was like everything we ever had meant nothing to her. I was furious, angrier than I'd ever been in my life. I started thinking that she never loved me. She'd just been looking for a way to get the fuck out. It made me sick. It was like my hands had a mind of their own. They balled into fists and I did something I'll never forgive myself for. I hit her. There's no fixing things now. She's in the cult and I can never make peace with what happened. Fuck, I hate myself. If you manage to get through, call her for me, will you? Number's 312522. Just tell her I'm sorry, and that I still want to tear my own throat out. Or you can just yell at her. I don't know. Maybe it'll make things a little easier. I'd be better off hurting myself instead of those around me. I deserve it. Go away. I need to be alone. Well, there's two. Okay. Let's go call his wife and be like, hello, I've been hired by your husband to beat you since he's unable to do so right now. Please assume the beating position. Fat Agro's wife. Do you believe in death? Hey, your husband asked me to call you. What? My husband? After everything he's done, I don't want to hear another word about him. He wanted me to say he's sorry for what happened. Sorry? He's had other people apologize for him before, you know. You want to know why he can't just call me himself? Because he doesn't have the guts to face what he's done, to accept it. He still hopes he can fix it all, go back to how it was, but that's not how life works. No one can turn back time. If I could turn back time, ba-da-ba. I don't know the rest of the words to the song. I'm better off now. I'm with people who understand me. Why do you even join a cult? We believe the same thing about what comes next. It's the arrival of death. It might sound strange to you, but death brings not sorrow, but happiness. Happiness and peace, and the end of suffering. I'm sure you've faced your share of hardship too. Perhaps one day you will understand and come to see things the way we do. Take care. Maybe I should have yelled at her. What a bitch. 5, 3, 8, 5, 2, 2. Hello, you've reached for Rest Food Delivery. Would you like to place an order? Energica. Cat food! Let's see. 7, 8, 1, 2, 7, 8. Alright. I know all of these other numbers are defunct except for FEMA, and I have no reason to call FEMA, so I just wanted to see if the neighbor would work. Alright, there's the trash bag guy in there. I have one more testy thing. I guess, did I check this guy at all? I don't think I tested this guy. I did? What did I check? I checked his eyes? I don't think I checked his eyes. Did I? Oh, he was the blue eyes guy. Okay, yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Conversation over. Basemental. There is still nothing down here, man. Oh. Oh, dig? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette, because for some reason in this world, cigarettes give you energy. Fully restores thingy, but costs 1 thingy the next day? Yeah, sure. Was I supposed to be digging the whole time? I don't know. I don't know. I've been going into the basement, but I haven't been, like, going over to the hole. Something compelled me to check the hole today. Digoo! Okay, so I got a double dig, but I I guess it uses all of your stamina, which is kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Today is National Windmill Day. What did they mean by this? I don't know. It's, you know, the Windmill of Friendship Day. That's okay. All right. Okay. Let's go to bed. Let's go to bed. Oh. Nothing remains of the burned bodies. Only a strange, shapeless mass. It looks like sludge. You wonder if something melted the flesh and bones before swallowing the remains. If prayers mean anything, the creature will stay in the shadows. You fear your mind won't survive seeing such a monster. What an interesting choice of background color. What the fuck was that? Ooh, there's a sludge. What the hell was even that? FEMA officers surround the burned bodies. They document the cultist's death. Faces frozen in terror and agony as if they saw something horrible before dying. It was the Goopy! The Goopy monster! What the fuck? Something moved, yeah? Every nearby house is in ruins, but the aurora is pretty. Your home is the last one standing. No one else is left to shield you from the madman's ire. Whatever happens next, it will happen to you. I don't like that. Hello. I'm back. Not really sure why the hell I bothered, though. If my brother hadn't been so gutless, maybe he could have kept his wife and kids safe. Now who knows where the brat is? You want to find her? No point looking. Waste of time. If my brother had a spine, maybe there'd still be a chance. But now, I don't care anymore. I'm done with that. There was this family on the edge of town, barricaded in, Dad holding the door. But the wife, she was showing signs. He kept pleading with me. She's my wife, don't hurt her. When the visitors started climbing the roof, the idiot finally opened the door, let her run, so I did what he couldn't. I killed her first, then him. Kids got away with the neighbors somehow. And then FEMA rolled in, talking about cleanup. Told them not to worry. It was already done. They laughed. Said I should sign up. Fuck that! All they do is drag folks away. And the visitors here, they're still fucking here. Anyway, enough talk. I'm testing you. Show me you're not one of them. Show armpit! Are you fucking kidding me? If something's growing there, I better not find out. Look at me, I'm hairy! Fuck off, I'm not sniffing your pits. I'm done here. You won't see me again. Enjoy what's left. Thank you. Good thing you didn't do fingernails. I mean, yeah, my fingers are dirty from digging a hole, man. Why would I show him my fingies? Oh, yeah. Showing him eyes and teeth would have been bad, too. Wait, no, teeth would have been fine because I smoked. I forgorb. I forgorb about that. Hold on a second. shit. Okay. Eskill, thank you. Munya, you love typing noises? They make you eepy. Why does the typing make you eepy? Hello. Delivery here. You look kind of down, guy. My coworker got taken by FEMA. Morning check, same as always. They noticed his eyes. Red, goddammit. And that was it. They hauled him off. Now I don't even know what happened to him, or if they'll let him out. And what if my eyes go red from the lack of sleep? They gonna fucking drag me off to one of those fucking quarantine zones, too? Don't stress it, you'll be fine. Fine? What's fine? Even mean anymore in the middle of a cataclysm? All these visitors, the signs, the damn sun. I thought it couldn't get worse, but every day it just gets crazier. Next thing you know, they'll say pubic hair is a sign of being a visitor, and the world will go even more batshit. Alright, I gotta get a move on. Take your order. I'll be on my way. Thank you. Cat food. Have a good night. Thanks, guy. Thanks, guy. No. Poor delivery guy has seen some shit, true and real. Alright. I must end a few minutes early here, because I have something I need to take care of, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I can save and quit to desktop here, it seems like. So that should be good. Are you sure you want to quit? Progress will be saved. Yes, please. Yes, please. Wagyu. I miss Kirsche. You'll see me tomorrow. You'll see me tomorrow. I gotta make a couple of phone calls before it gets too super late, unfortunately. Unfortunately. She has to take her himbo on a date. Oh god, I wish I had a date, bro. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm not gonna raid because I gotta like schmoove. I gotta schmoove like hella fast. So I'm not gonna raid. So thank you guys for hanging out. Tomorrow's always a day away. But that's why you cherish the stuff you have in the time before the tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. Sorry again for ending a few minutes early. Tomorrow I will hopefully get to video game before 4 hours into stream. That would be nice. That would be great. Have a great rest of your night.